South Africa. We are just enjoying the landscape in front of us. The sun is already up high in the sky. It's 6:30 here, so we're just admiring the views before the sun gets a little bit too hot. But it's that time of day, everyone, for your live safari through the African bush. So welcome aboard, everyone. You're on the back of our vehicle. So very big welcome to CGTN's Digital Safaris. It's a pleasure to have you here. My name is Lauren and I do have BK on camera today. And sometimes we forget, but it's important to stand still and look around you and admire the views like this one, because you can listen. You can figure out if anything is moving nearby you. Now it's a little bit later, but the predators do move early in the morning, especially when it's nice and cool. So this is a live safari. We're coming to you from 7 different locations across Africa, and we do want you to talk to us. Talk to us using that hashtag CGTNWild. You can send in your comments and your questions about whatever you want to know about the African bush. Look at the views. This is an area called Quarantine. And lots of animals, lots of predators, lots of prey move through this area. That's why I sometimes like to stop and soak it all in. Now it's 12 degrees Celsius here, which is 53 degrees Fahrenheit, but I think it feels a little bit warmer than that. I'm not entirely sure it's 12 degrees. Beautiful. So our plan today is hyenas, my favorite of all the animals that I find out here. So we're going to bumble forward, check the hyena den and see if anyone is present. It's a bit of a timing thing, it's a bit of a luck thing. Someone has already been and no one was there, but I'm going to go and hopefully my luck is in.
A warm welcome to the viewers. We're here at Ambion Lingala at the moment, and you'll notice all the big trees right in front of us. Now, we've decided to do a bit of a birding morning, but also look out for possibly leopard within this area. Now, I'm Nikki, going to be a ranger for this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. Now, sorry, before we carry on with our search as well as doing some of the birds, I just wanted to take the time just to familiarize some of our viewers with the area that we're going to be, or the area that we're working in currently in South Africa, as well as where are some of the other properties around. So I've just taken this feather. It might just be a vulture feather. There's quite a few vulture nests around the area, but you'll see up here on the northeastern side of South Africa. So we are situated right here in the middle, and just below us, right about here, is where Djuma would be. And then Pinda is, if you go down towards this side here, right there, and now of course on the opposite side of where Pinda would be, so this is in the east, so if we go to the west of the country, this is where Tswalu is situated, right there. So that's just to give you an idea. I mean, if we had to look at the map of Africa, so the Maasai Mara would probably be, I know it's a very small map to use here, but probably be around about there, and we are all operating in that red down at the bottom there. Just wanted to point that out. So let's go out this morning, see if there's any signs of some good birds. I mean, there's a few vultures already that we've seen, but often along the river, it's a really nice place to do birding. Early in the morning, you can hear a variety of different bird calls, and also there's a chance of possibly finding leopard in this area.
Sorry about that. It's just talking about trekking on the Pride of Line. Bump on beautiful, looks like a herd of elephants around here. This is one of the young male. It's amazing how they move around, these guys, and separate apart just because of themselves, giving a lot of a space so they can able to get what they need, so that they don't push one another. This young male is going to push further away, but let's see, I was about to move, but then looks like it there. This is what they do, you know, that tree, this marula tree, scratching. See how it scratch? Normally when they do that, if it's a small tree, it fall off. But looks like this is a decent tree, and then by looks like it looks like it's been used quite often. That's why it grows but bend slightly. The other side. Elephants so big that they need a lot of food a day. Sassy Cassie, you want to know at what age do female elephants stop giving birth? So, pretty much similar. If I can reverse back, just reposing the whole of them coming in these directions. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. See the whole of them back there. It's a beautiful background, I think it is. So, elephants, from the start of the elephant giving birth or started to reproduce, it's when they're about 9 years old, 10 years old as a girl. This is where they start to reproduce, but over and over until they stop around nearly 45 years or 50 years, somewhere there. This is when they get old. That's the oldest elephants, or they can live up to 60, 65 years. And look at this one. Look at this poor mound. It's been, looks like that female or young male, looks like it, trying to rub his belly using this short mound. Look at that. They have rough skin. We think they don't feel anything in the skin they got, but they do. Such as a parasite. That's what they're probably trying to get rid of there.
Live. Hello, Jumbo. Good morning. And welcome to the section of the river here in the Maasai Mara. My name is Isaac, and on camera I have Big James. Already we are set out here at the river to see what is going to happen. Remember to talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. Just to have a look at the river and see what's happening. You can tell that the hippos are here, and they're piled up in one small section in the middle. I think whatever they've been sitting on, which I assume is plenty of sand, has been pushed to a very small area, and that's why they're cramped up together over there. Or they're making each other warm, or they're having cuddle, a morning cuddle. It is quite chilly here in the Maasai Mara. It's 15 degrees Celsius. It's about 55 Fahrenheit, so it's quite cold for us here. Oh, here I do have a crocky. He's very early, this guy, and he's struggling to swim upstream. Remember, they're cold-blooded, and they can be they are slower actually when they are cold, or when they haven't warmed themselves. This river is the Mara River, and I'm staying at this point to see what's going to happen.
Jumbo Jumbo, hello and welcome to another part of the Maasai Mara. And the best thing for Isaac to do is to stick by that river, because the only thing I would wish for him to happen is to see a crossing of either wildebeest or zebras like what we have here on the screen. A very warm welcome to my vehicle, and my name is David, and on camera with me is Bungay. Another cold morning, as Isaac must have told you, but we're doing the best we can. We have enough layers, and zebras, being mammals or warm-blooded, do not need to come or to behave like the crocodiles in the river where Isaac is. These are the bachelor zebras, or the common zebras, plains zebras sometimes we call them. Seems to me like a small family of one stallion, maybe a few mares and some youngsters. That's the social structure of zebras. So the male will have 2 wives, sometimes 3, and the young falls. But it's looking backwards from where they have come from. And you never know, they have learned with time. Sometimes they could be walking that way, and you could have a predator stalking them. And as my colleagues might have told you, we are live, and we'll have questions, and we'll have comments, and you may do that by tweeting to us using hashtag CGTN World or hashtag World Earth. My plans today is to look for a cheetah in this particular area with very short grass. If not, I'll be looking for lots of plains game.
Good morning and welcome to a nice sunny and beyond Pinner Private Game Reserve. We've just come across this little clearing here, and you can hear all the wildebeest and everything alarm calling here to our side. I'm Dewald Botha, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and we are going to be searching for that female cheetah that we actually were looking for yesterday, and we were filming. But we came across a herd of wildebeest and a herd of impala, and they all of a sudden just stopped and started alarm calling. And I'm sure you can still hear them making their snorting sounds in the background there. And we kind of raced around thinking that that female cheetah that we were looking for was on this open clearing. But it was in actual fact just a pair of side-striped jackals that was lying and is resting in the sunny open clearing here. There they've now settled down. I think they're kind of realizing what it is. And we've never heard them alarm call to jackal like this before. Some of the rangers joining us to down drive also said they've never heard this before. So we think that they maybe have been thinking that these jackal were something else, and we're not too sure about what they were. You can see there's one over there. Still listening to the wildebeest. Can see its ears pointing backwards. Just enjoying this sun on this winter's morning. It's not that cold this morning, but I'm sure the sun is nice and warm. And they are right in the way of the wildebeest that are off to the right hand side. That's on their way to a watering hole that's not far away from here. It seems like they've lost interest, and they are going to try and maybe go around them or go towards a different watering hole. Interesting how they, rather than risk going past what they're unsure about, they are heading in the opposite direction. They're feeding a bit. These wildebeest probably hanged around these open areas last night. Nice and open for them to keep an eye out for any predators or so. That beautiful landscapes of Phinda. Just gives you an idea of what the landscape is like here in this area. A bit of open spaces there. You can see some open spaces in the back. Look at that one scratching his ear there. and then a few dry riverbeds and thicker areas as well. Oh, look at that. That's actually a bull, and he's gone and smelling what looks like a small midden or so there. Let's see, he's actually standing there now. If we're lucky, he might actually scent mark and roll around and defecate in that little midden. I don't know if you can see there's but a bit of darker things at his feet there, and that's previous dung of him maybe scent marking in the area. We'll go back to those jackal in just a bit, but they are lying flat still. Let's see what this wildebeest bull is doing. We might get some beautiful picture of him rolling with the dust coming out in the morning light. Let's see, he's just listening for now. Can hear some crested guinea fowl in the background as well. Oh no, he is not interested in scent marking. He's on the move as well. And they're all kind of walking in a straight line towards where the other watering hole is. There's a herd of impala that's just over my head. So these impalas and wildebeest actually hang around in this area. They do not migrate like they do in the Mara, and they will be heading to a watering hole now to go get water to drink, just because there's only watering holes scattered all over, and it's not like the Mara River that goes through the whole of the Mara. Oh, can hear quite a bit of alarm calling in the distance. We might go and see if we can check around there and see what that is about.
Every year, the red-oat grass plains of the Maasai Mara sway with anticipation. About 2 million grazers are about to arrive to feast on nature's bounty. They come in search of food and water, all the way from the southern plains of the Serengeti in Tanzania. Hundreds and thousands of wildebeest, zebra and gazelles follow the cracking African thunderstorms. The greening pastures and the rolling rivers. Zebras are the vanguard, eating the longer grass and exposing the shorter shoots for the wildebeest behind. But all must face the ultimate migration challenge, the Mara River. Beneath the surface lurks nature's favorite villain. With reptilian patience, they've waited 9 months for the migration feast. The herd sense the danger, but the call for food is too great. All must take the plunge, but not all will make it. For those that do, hungry predators line the banks on the other side. Survivors will feast on the tall grasses, crossing again and again, following the storms for nourishment.
Here we are still at my location here at the river, and my hippos are still doing the same thing. They look to be very fast asleep. Looking at those clips, you see how the wildebeest come towards the bank and the lion comes out of nowhere and it gets one. This is one of the areas where we do see that. The last crossing I saw here last week, it was disturbed by 2 lionesses that appeared out of the blue and they started roaring in the middle of the day. I think they were sending a message to everybody that, especially the wildebeest and zebra, that they are very angry that they haven't eaten one of them, and they have been crossing. So it's time to stop the crossing, because they will eat one if they cross. And since then, we haven't had a crossing. Yesterday, they came very close at around 6 o'clock. I wasn't here, as the warden just told me, but they never crossed. They went back. So I'm staked out here, hoping that they will turn up and maybe cross. Today it is overcast, but not rainy and cold like yesterday, and I am loving it. Yes, I am on the banks of the Mara River, as I told you, and this is the heartbeat of the Mara Game Reserve, together with the Mara Triangle, and it's full of hippos and crocodiles.
Remember earlier we were chatting about especially doing a bit of birding near the rivers, and we managed to get into this dry Timbavati River, and just off to the left you'll notice up in the tree. But before we carry on, let's quickly link you across to a hyena.
We have just arrived at the den. It was completely empty, but we now have 4 hyenas dragging a carcass. Ribbon is on it. She's in charge. She's so full. She looks fit to burst. And I know it's not the best views, but the reason being we've got 3 others and I don't want to block their path. I think we've got Intima, possibly Swazi, and the last one, I'm not sure. Let me get my binos out. And they're all waiting patiently until Ribbon stops. Wow. I'm hoping the cubs come out too, of course. We're at den number 3. Look at them just waiting. This is incredible. We came to the den and nothing was happening. They've dragged a carcass. I can't even see what the carcass is actually. I think it's an impala. Or it used to be an impala, sorry. And they brought it back to the den, which is perfect. Now, yesterday I didn't get the chance to update you all, but den number 2, we've got a lot of action going on with the Juma clan right now. In den number 2, all the cubs were there. Ribbons and hearts. I didn't see corkies actually. So they've been introduced to one another, and they're clearly using both dens. And I imagine it's a space reason, to do with the fact that there's probably not enough space in this den. Animal Life, you are asking. Sorry, there was some vocalizations there. Rebecca, can you just repeat that one more time? Animal Life, I'm not entirely sure exactly what you mean by that. Hyenas will have their own area. They will have their own sort of territory. It's a little bit differently structured than a leopard's, but they will overlap. They're all occupying the same area, and we call this sympatric. And what this... Can you hear that? The youngsters going in the den entrance. I wonder what they're doing, bringing out the cubs. But yes, they overlap. Hyenas occupy areas where leopards are. And of course, this very much benefits some Animal Life because they do tend to steal from leopards, at least out here in the sort of low veld and Juma Game Reserve. In the Maasai Mara, it's slightly different. They tend to hunt more on their own and they don't rely on scavenging so much. But their territories do overlap. And hyenas are a little bit more mobile. They have large home ranges and they get quite territorial when it comes to the fact that there's a den site, just like there is right here in front of us. But they don't set up territories to be within leopards. It's more a case of overlapping. Come on, little cubbies, everyone's waiting to see you. So we have Indabele. Good, we've not seen her in a while. So far, Ribbon, Indabele, and Intima.
Good morning and welcome to Pridelands, where we're about to lose, unfortunately, a whole herd of buffalo. They're just disappearing into a sicklebush thicket, and I don't know how we're going to get another view of them, but it was short-lived, but it was good anyways. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Odie, and like I said, we're here on Pridelands Conservancy, hoping to find lots of animals, but our animals don't want to stick around with us. But the buffalo are a little bit on edge this morning. As buffalo normally are, they're just moving, looking for something nice to feed on, and there isn't much grass around here for them, which is typically what they do eat. But I think what they are doing is heading in the direction of the eco training camp, where there is a big watering hole, and I reckon that these buffalo will want to quench their thirst.
Welcome back here at the river, and my wildebeest are very fast asleep. My hippos are very fast asleep. They haven't made a move. Remember, what has been happening with them is they start out like that, then after a while they move towards the bank on the opposite side. The crocodiles haven't come out, haven't seen any. I thought the river would be higher today, but for some reason it's not as high. Oh, there we have the Egyptian geese. The reason it's called Egyptian geese, I don't know, because it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and flies like a duck, but it is called Egyptian geese. I would assume it is called that because it has appeared in a lot of Egyptian drawings on the hieroglyphics on the Egyptian pyramids. I don't know what it's related to, but it is called Egyptian geese, and that is a pair. They are resting there, no goslings, so it means they're not nesting, they don't have young ones. What a beautiful sight I have here. The rapids are still very loud. This is one of the widest sections of the river, and yeah, what do you see there, James? Oh yeah, what is there? Look at that. I have a little bee eater. Yes, a little bee eater. Its names tells why it's called like that. Loves eating little bees. Grabs them in flight. Oh wait. Yeah, usually it is a cinnamon-chested bee eater. They resemble each other. I just saw it better. Usually they fly out of the same patch, catching something in flight, coming and bashing it onto that little twig, and then swallowing it. They bank on, steep banks. They, burrow. They dig a hole on the banks, and that's where they nest. So this is a very appropriate spot for them because they are very good banks. Only it's bad when it rains because they get water inside their little burrows. Yeah, going back to the hippos, yes, I think. Yeah, here they are fast asleep. These guys venture out of water and graze for up to 6 to 8 hours out in the water, consuming up to 60 kilograms of grass, then coming back to rest. Emily, Jumbo, you ask, where do hippos give birth? They give birth out of water. And if I may tell you more, is that they mate in the water but give birth out of water, not very far from water. It can be 30 meters, which is around 90 feet from water. And the mother stays with the young one until it's on its feet, which is usually takes about half an hour to 1 hour, and then it is introduced to water not long after. The mother stays on the deeper side of the water, preventing it from being washed downstream or being attacked. She will isolate herself within, her territory or within her male's territory, so that the young one can get an imprint of her, and also she can do the same. And then out at night grazing, the young one will continue, will start feeding. But yes, they give birth out of water. Let's keep watching these guys. I don't know who is going to be the first one to walk out onto the beach.
Yes, as it warms up, the hippos may start walking out. And we have also seen once in a while the babies of the Thomson gazelles, the mother pushing them on the side for a couple of days after they're born, for the same reason, to get a proper imprint of the mother. So once the mother pulls them back to the main herd, there is no confusion of the baby losing track. I mean, the Tommies know the dangers they face out here, especially from cheetahs, and the mother needs to keep an eye on the baby, or the baby needs to keep close to the mother. So should there be, or a need arises for them to take off, the mother will quickly, or the baby will quickly identify the mother and we have to get out of here. Thomson gazelles also preferring the short grass. And as I said earlier, one of the reasons to come here is because I know with the Tommies, chances are a cheetah could be, lurking around. They normally prefer Tommies here in East Africa. There's been quite some time since we spotted a cheetah in the Mara. We have them, and lots of them. But the times you need to know where to go to look for a particular predator. You won't go in the thickets, very dense forest, to look for a cheetah here in East Africa. You need to come to this open country. Notice the busy tails that never stop wagging. So this is quite a big area, and I have all the time to keep going around and crossing fingers that something lucky that I'm looking for may show up.
Okay, everyone has moved from den number 3. Oh, everybody's out. We've got Hart's cub. Cork, that's Hart's cub. Right there, next to Corky's. The two of them. And Ribbon's boys are on the carcass. We've got Kai Cow here as well. So we've got Ribbon, Kai Cow, and the Belly, and Tima. And all the cubs are out, all 4 of them. But we have now moved to den number 2. Now, people got confused the other day, and I completely understand why. I was with Hart and Cub suckling, and then the next minute I was with everyone and a buffalo kill. Hart was there too. We actually followed her. She left. She decided it was time to stop suckling. She left this den and walked to the other den. And the reason I'm explaining this is because they're about 50 meters apart. They're not far. And this is what happened back in the old days when we had Plonk and we had Sutu and Swana and all of these hyenas as youngsters. They move between the 2 dens, and I think it's for 2 reasons. Primarily space. There's now 4 cubs. Can you hear that? There's now 4 cubs getting bigger each day, and also parasite load. So they've not abandoned den number 3, but I think they're just utilising both, and that's exactly what happened the other day. Look at Indabelle sleeping up there. Queen of the castle. So yes, there's so much movement now of the hyenas between these areas. So the other day we followed Hart and we realised that they had a buffalo carcass, which is incredible. I still think this carcass is an impala, but I mean, whether we get to properly identify it or not, I do know. There's Corky's little one coming out. Now I think with Hart's little one, who's in the middle here, because of the size and the age sort of guess, we're going to be able to see them all. We can see the size difference and the coloration difference. Look, you've got ribbons 2 on the right and hearts 1. See the size difference, the coloration difference. And what I'd like to try and do, I still think that Corky's one's a bit too young, but I'd like to try and get a sex, or at least attempt to get the sex of Heart's little one. So when all this excitement eventually calms down, we're going to try to do some genital zooming. Can you hear that? Lots of vocalizations. Rob Way, pretty much, you are correct. Ribbon's the boss. Ribbon will feast. She did. The others have blood on them, so I think they all originally maybe tucked into that Impala. But when Ribbon dragged the remains, it's her choice. Yes, she's the boss. And what she's actually done is quite spectacular. She went to den number 3, didn't let anyone get the carcass, and then realised the cubs were not inside. And she moved to den number 2, which is where we are right now, and she's given it to her boys. You see, they've got priority. Heart and Corky's little cub are not feeding on it. The matriarch and her offspring have got priority. And just to give you another sort of indication, den number 1 is further away. It was used extensively by the hyenas last year, but this year, 2020, we've not had any activity at den number 1, and it's completely overgrown. Wow, this is the sighting I've been waiting for. All 4 cubs together. And look at Heart's little one, BK, there. Just marginally bigger than... Huh? Okay, I'm a little bit confused here. Oh my goodness, there's another one. BK, am I correct in saying another cub has just appeared? I'm not crazy, but I am crazy. Oh my goodness. Everyone, we have 5 cubs. We have just found another cub. Okay, I need to do another count. This must mean that Heart had 2. I think we need everybody to come out, please, and stand in a line so that we can count you. Have we really just came across another cub? If any of you viewers can confirm that, please put my mind at ease. We've got Ribbon's boys there occupied on the carcass, okay. Corky's little one's coming out with another one. So there's 5. Wow, I just love moments like this. Okay, we have another cub. I can't explain it, everyone. I have no idea why hyena cubs keep popping up. I can only guess Heart had 2. It looks the same size as the other one. And for some reason, when we came by the other day, it was sleeping. Oh my word. The Juma clan is thriving. Okay, I'm going to sit here for a little while and try and count my hyenas.
So we've actually found another pair of side-striped jackals, and we came up to this open airstrip area where there's a big open plain to see if we can find anything here, and there's no general game except for these 2 side-striped jackals. Actually, they're giving us a pretty nice view. They were lying down earlier. You can hear some crested guinea fowl there in the background. And they were sleeping in the sun. And then they just got up and they're now moving to the other side of the clearing. And these are the same two that's been on the show for quite a bit, I think, because they are quite territorial. It's safe to say that it is the same two. I think Grant actually had them interacting with another male just the other day. There you can see why they call them side striped jackal. You can see that white line on its side there. And this is a male and female pair, and they like big open clearings. Think of those two that we had earlier, also in a nice clearing. And you can imagine that they would prefer having a den around an open clearing like that. Slow-mo, you are asking if there's a breeding season for jackal. There is indeed. So a lot of jackal species and small canine species, including the side-striped jackals, even though they are not that carnivorous, they all align their breeding seasons with when the impala lambs almost lamb. So it's not exactly aligned, but it's almost the same time. But with like other dog species, and so the females can come and go into and out of estrus. So they try and align it, but it does happen throughout all the time, the whole year. Sorry about that. So you can actually see the one there in the back looks a bit bigger than the one closer to us. So I wonder if that's not the male that's in the back. It actually has like a white tip on the tail as well. Just looking back towards us, the one just sat down and scratched himself there as well. They're slowly moving off, staying very close together. And like I said earlier, side-striped jackals are not too carnivorous. They're actually omnivores, and of all the jackal species, side-striped jackals feed on the least amount of meat. They obviously try and scavenge and catch small mice and rodents if they can, but they do like to feed on anything they can really find, insects, berries, anything like that. You can hear quite a few alarm calls in the distance as well. And I wonder though if that's why there's no plains game around this area. So I think these two are probably going to be going into their breeding time in just a little bit, as it's almost the rainy season and the impala lambs are going to be dropping at the end of the year. But I think we're going to go see what those alarm calls are for, and maybe we'll come back a little bit later on.
This is just mayhem here, the best kind of mayhem that I could have asked for. This is why it's always worth checking the den. About 6:20, it was called in that the den was not active. And I said to BK, I'm just going to check anyway. It's always worth it. Wasn't active. And then now look what we have in front of us. Now my cub count didn't go very well. There's another vehicle here, so we're just positioned a little bit further away. But I do hope we can get closer at some point. And there's the two new cubs. I think Hart has had two. That's the only explanation at this point I can give. So that means Ribbon's got two boys, Hart's got two, and Corky's got one. And if we just look at the den entrance, BK, you can see the size difference between Corky's little one and who I presume is Hart's little one. We do probably need to check in Tima, just for suckle marks and nipples, but I really don't think so. I've been watching Intima closely. She's 3.5 now, so she's at that age where she definitely could be mating and giving birth to litters, but I think Hart's had two. And for some reason, one just didn't come out the other day, and therefore we didn't see it. I could be wrong though, everybody. And when I first saw Hartswan, I thought it was Corky's. I haven't been here for 3 weeks and I was so blown away by the change in Corky's cub. And of course, I was completely wrong. It was Harts. And this is what I love about being out here. You really can piece it together. You're not going to get it right. It's confusing. Smoogler, you're asking about the gestation period of a hyena. Well, it's slightly longer than the lions and leopards at 16 weeks. So that's 4 months. Normally, your top predators, your lions and leopards, are around 3.5 months. So it's just marginally longer. And the cubs are born remarkably far too much excitement. The cubs are born remarkably more precocial, which means more developed than the other predators. They're one of the sort of most developed cubs out of all the top predators. And they're born with their eyes open, but only slightly open, but they're still open. They can see, and their canines are fully erupted. They're said to have aggressive tendencies intact from the minute they're born. They're ready to battle with their siblings, not to kill one another. Siblicide doesn't happen the way it was once thought, canism, but they are ready to strive for dominance against their siblings. There's all three. There's all three. Corky's one in the middle, and the 2 new ones on either side. This is just incredible. Now, I hope I'm not anthropomorphizing too much, but what I personally have witnessed in comparison to sort of last year, or 2018, should I say, Ribbon's boys are remarkably gentle. And I wonder if it's something to do with the fact that their mother, Ribbon, was originally at the bottom. She was originally a low ranker, just like Waffles, who is still alive and well, by the way, as I'm sure you all know. And I wonder if it's to do with the fact that Ribbon wasn't always at the top. She wasn't always matriarch. And her boys have been observing her behaviour, so they do have little dominant moments, but they're really not that aggressive, not compared to Plonk, who was Corky's offspring in 2018. Plonk was very aggressive, and he knew exactly where he sat on the hierarchy. These boys are remarkably gentle. They will wrestle, but it's really not as aggressive as I expected them to be, especially with the other young.
Radio is done, you need change.
I can't believe I keep coming to this den. This happens to be my favourite den, by the way, den number 2. And finding more cubs. Look at the size of Ribbons too. Aren't they huge? And Gwazi and Shimpulu. Oh! Heart's little one is very brave. Hopefully soon we'll be able to move a little and get you some closer views.
I really hope that Lauren gets another view of those hyena cubs, and how exciting is that? But look at what we got here as well. Another exciting little predator, the black-backed jackal. Now it might be that earlier on in the year, I remember when Ngala started with with broadcasting out some of the animals and that there was 2 adults here, and then there was quite a few youngsters. Now I wonder if that youngster's grown up, and now those are the 3 that we're seeing here. So mom and dad, and then one of the older youngsters. The other ones might be lying down in the grass somewhere. But how incredible is that camouflage? So we basically were driving past the area, and if it wasn't for the movement, we wouldn't have seen these jackal. See how that one probably has a little itch, so it's just scratching, giving those tiny bites like a dog. Now the other thing that we are hoping for is, so we drove past the area to see if there's any signs of leopard. Now often, if leopards or lions or even wild dogs make a kill, the vultures will eventually arrive, but also these jackal. But look at this nice open area that they decided just to sit down and possibly just listen to hear if there's any noises, maybe alarm calls. It's a nice and cool day as well. You'll notice that it's very dark at the moment. So you're not going to see a lot of vultures unless it starts clearing up and it warms up a bit more. And they'll use those thermals just to gain a little bit of height, just assist them when flying. But these jackals are very well camouflaged. You can see the one off to the right, there's quite a bit of white around especially the eyebrows, around the mouth. And then the one off to the left, really hard to see because of that dark patch on the back. Looks like it's wearing a saddle. It's the name, the black-backed jackal. Also, imagine just lying down in the grassland. If you hear any mice or gerbils moving, they'll be able to hear that and then quickly go and try and catch it. Chris, I'm not too sure if, because there's my only or what I would compare them against would be something like a side-striped jackal. And if you look at their tracks, they're very similar in size. So from all the others, from the foxes, they would be the largest that we get in this area, yes. But I have to compare it against the side-stripe in order to see it. So I don't know if maybe if some of our viewers would be able to have a look for us, but it would be between those 2, either the side stripe or the black back, and all depending on, of course, the age of the individual. But in this case, it might be the black back that would be the biggest, especially here in South Africa.
Well, stick with the jackals and stick with the joy of these baby toppies running and stonking around. They just stopped. Now, if you look at them, they look to be of the same age, same size, but that doesn't mean they're triplets. Of course, they got, I would say, 3 different mothers. But what I want you to note is the difference between these babies and a fully grown toppy. They are not similar at all. Look at the colors. And when they're born, they have that plain, like light brown color, and then they will develop the colors of the mature toppies as they grow older. Look at that. Getting on the lapwings off the ground. Now my guess is this could be the nanny or one of the auntie that is taking care of the 3 babies there while their mothers have gone out grazing. And then at one point they're going to swap, and maybe another female will come and take care of these youngsters. They must be left someone checking on them. Three, after about a month and a half, you're going to see small little horns coming out from their heads, and that will always give us an indication. We can always edge them up by the time we start seeing the horns coming out of their head. Now you see that one there, has gone very close to that female. I'm not sure whether that's the actual mother. And they saw some lapwings. I hope you can hear them alarming at a distance. And anything small here will just scare these youngsters. She very quickly went close to mom. What you can hear are the black-crowned lapwings from a distance. These babies, I would say, are not able to cross the rivers. But we have seen Toppies, for reasons maybe known better to themselves, trying to cross the Mara River with the babies. But chances are the babies will be brought down by the crocs. But some still do make it, but it's always a very tall order. Not once you've seen, on the other side of the bank of the river, Toppies building up with very young babies of this age. And you're like, please do not try, don't. But again, on the other side of the coin, we say, well, if any one of them is caught by the crocs, well, the crocs also need to leave. They need to survive. Look at that, whatever scared them. Well, I would say for me, they're just having fun. Very good camera work, Bungay, who is behind the camera today. They just stopped. Now we are seeing adults going to join them. But you're also seeing among the Toppies, you also have some zebras that are enjoying the cool temperatures of the morning. Well, let me continue with my initial plan of trying to spot or to get a spotted cat around this area.
Ndio huyo anakuja. Ndio huyo. Here I am still at my location, at my river here, and my hippos are very, very much asleep. They haven't made a move yet, and nobody has, moved in to increase the number, or nobody has left. So they're still the same number. I haven't counted them. They're all clumped up. Yeah, it's really hard to shape out one. Surprisingly, if you look across, which we'll be sharing with you shortly, the Toppy with the young calf from yesterday is still alive. I'm very, very, very happy to see this. Hope you're the same. If you joined me yesterday, you remember we saw a mother with a really young one, and this is her. So she's made it through another night. And the little guy is feeling very, very happy and energetic. You can tell he's still wobbly and no sure footing every now and then. But this is what they do in their first few days. They run around to strengthen their muscles, and they're very excited every time they see open space. They just want to run. Yes, looking back at mom, saying, are you coming? Should I continue? I would advise, yes, go back. That is a good decision, because you don't know where you're going. You could run into a mouth of a crocodile or a lion. Yes, they're very energetic when they're young, and it is needed, because they need to be very fast in case of being chased by cheetah, leopard, or lion. This is easy prey for all those predators, including hyena. So they need to outrun them, and they do normally do that, especially the adults. Once the young one is only about 1 week, it's already fast enough to outrun most predators, almost catching up with its mom. It is rare to see them crossing the Toppy, but mind you, they do cross. Not as many as the wildebeest and zebra. And this mom was really looking forward to crossing yesterday, but she made a very good decision, and I'm very happy that the little guy has lived to see today. You can tell that she might be still interested in going across, but I don't know if she'll do that. I hope she stays across there. That guarantees the little guy much more life. Look who's here. We have a lone one, a lone ranger. Yes, looks like a male. You can tell he's got a bit of mud on his horns. They do that, especially when it rains. They bat, termite mounds to play fight and exercise so that when they're in real battle, they're already in shape. He's headed towards the other crossing. I don't know if he's gonna calm down. Let's have a look. But yeah, I'm watching him.
We've left those two jackal earlier and we're on our way to move into the area and look for that female cheetah again, and we came across what looks like a single white rhino bull that is just enjoying this hillside here, and his head has been down and he's just been feeding since we've gotten here. I know the view is not great at the moment through these trees also, but he is going to be moving around. It seems like he's pretty happy with the grazing that's in this area. You can see he's feeding on grass, and that's how we know it's a white rhino just from quickly seeing him there. And see, look at that one ear actually listening towards us. And he is just keeping on feeding, head down. See now, if he keeps on moving to the left hand side there, then we might get a nice view of him, but not a bad view at all. No way to see that this is a white rhino. Have a look there on his back, about halfway down. You can see there's like a bump on his back there, and that is another sign of a white rhino. And if it was a black rhino, he probably would have had like more of a saddle, and the bump would have been right at the back close to his tail. But he's just moving on a little bit. He's really enjoying this grass here, not moving too quickly between little patches. And we think it's a big white rhino bull just by looking at that big muscle behind his neck. He looks quite big compared to other rhinos, and also the fact that he's by himself like this. Probably the territorial and dominant bull of the area. And I think he is not on a territorial patrol at the moment, just enjoying the grazing here. But I think we're going to leave him and let him keep on feeding and go.
Indeed, everyone enjoying grasses this morning. Here we're still sitting with this beautiful herd of elephants, and it seems to the time we get here and they were running around too much, it was not because of us, but maybe it could be something else, or was a fight between, which is normal herds that do that, push one another, play around too much, and finally they looks like they're fine again. You can see from the distance. This could be one of the female in this group of elephant. Looks like quite a bit more inside that bush. You just cannot get a good look at them because it's a thicket. But hopefully they come out to the open for us, that we can able to see them all. And they have a long hours. It's still morning here for them. And they need to move, feed, eat as much as they can, drink water 2 or 3 times a day. Well, since it's a herd controlled by a matriarch, which is a leader in this group, No, they don't fall out. Zen can. So depend on what situations is that. So and normally don't fall. They don't fall down as long as they're still connected. And these tuskers are solid bone. So if it's ever loose, could be that maybe it's completely broken.
Yeah, can I join you?
And then it means that the elephant can lose it. But if it's just sort of like which is then very seldom to actually see the situation of maybe a twisted a tuskers point backwards without any reason. Usually it just break off and fell down somewhere. This is what happened. Again, looks like they're pushing away from us, but you could hear the sound that we're making there. It's like kind of like unhappy sound. Could be that maybe they witnessed something we don't know about in this bush.
There's still so much excitement going on here, so much action. We've had everybody out, everybody running in, everybody out, everybody running in. Indabella has decided to sleep right at the den entrance. Got another head popping out. I think it's in Gwazi. You can see another head. What we need actually is for things to settle. Ngwazi and Shimbulu are both out, the brave ones, the older ones. I really want to get a look at these other two. We know Corky's little one is tiny, but this other two I'm very confused about. I wouldn't be surprised if more cubs kept coming out. I really can't believe this. Hart has managed to keep this a secret this entire time. And den number 2, I just want to explain, we drive past to get to den number 3, if that makes sense. There's no other way to get to den number 3 without driving past den number 2. So I always check this den, always, and I've never seen Hart here. I think Hart's natal den was much further away, because I always check Gwen's den. I check them all regularly, not daily, but regularly, and Hart was definitely not here. I've seen Corky use this one, which is why I got confused, but never Hart. So I think Hart had a different natal den, and I just can't believe there's now 2 cubs that we didn't know about. Now this is a Gwen lineage. I know Gwen is very familiar to some of them. Neva, you're asking, do they move alone? Most likely not. Now I think Ribbon's boys, because they're bigger, and getting more and more confident and stronger, they may bounce around, but definitely the other 2 no. They're very much restricted to the den, and they will really only respond to mother. If mother calls, then they'll go. If mother lets them know that they can follow, then they'll follow. But Neva, generally speaking, no. Once they get a little bit older, you'll find that there's all 3 of them. Corky's little ones get it changing. Can you see that, everyone? Getting much lighter in the face, much bigger. Slowly, yes, but changing. It's so exciting. Oh, there's all 5 of them. Can you please all huddle together? I want a photo. But Neva, no, most likely they'll only move under the adult's accord. With regards to these 2 dens, it's just a little bit tricky because they're so close together. This has just been the best morning, completely unexpected. David, what a great name. Has Corky regained any of her former status? Thinking you mean high-ranking status, and I believe no. That will never happen again, I'm afraid. If you look at Corky, if you know her from the past, she's changed physically so dramatically. She's lost a lot of body mass. She's much skinnier, and she's nowhere near the Corky that we used to know, and that's because she now is at the bottom. And I personally feel that the hierarchy goes Ribbon, then her daughter Intima, then Heart, who's very, very close with Ribbon and Intima, so that's like the top three, if you like, the three musketeers. Then I think June sits. Just from what I saw the other day, I think it's June, and then I think Corky is right at the bottom. She just is the lowest ranking female in the clan as it stands at the moment. So as long as she acts submissive to everyone above her, especially Ribbon and Intima. Oh. As long as she acts submissive, they will accept her. She'll be allowed to spend time around the den. She's part of the clan. She's a fundamental figure in the clan. She's just at the bottom. So if she started to act dominant, then Ribbon would get... Oh, we've got some lovely cuteness over here, PK. I think on the left. Oh. Belly was having cuddles with Corky's little one. But yes, if Corky started to act dominant, then the others would not be happy. She would be put in her place. But as long as she acts submissive, then she'll be absolutely fine. And Corky's little one will also be fine. Yes, she's small, but that's the life of a low ranker. She will not grow as big, grow as strong, and she'll probably grow a lot slower. She wasn't born with that wonderful spoon in her mouth. It's a different life. I don't know why I keep saying she. I think it's because I want Corky's little one to be a girl, but we really don't know at this stage. Stacey, you're asking, will Ribbon's boys be overthrown if Ribbon is overthrown? Yes. Absolutely, it's a tricky one, but if Ribbon is overthrown, which is highly unlikely at this stage, it's not a common thing, and yet we have seen it twice between the Mara and Juma. But if Ribbon is overthrown, then yes, her boys would then, at this age, would start to follow Ribbon's behaviour. I have no idea what happened there, everyone. It's hilarious. Belly keeps running for protection behind the car. Excuse me, young girl. I don't know what we're going to protect you from. She keeps running right behind BK. She's going to pop out now, BK. Hoping for some protection from the car. But yes, Ribbon is learned behaviour from hyena cubs to learn their ranking. So if Ribbon all of a sudden gets overthrown and starts acting very submissive to the others, at this age, Ribbon's boys will follow and start acting really submissive. They'll follow their mother's behaviour. They'll take a lead from her. They're all popping their heads out now, Beaks. There's nothing quite like a hyena sighting to keep your cameraman busy. I really want to get a sort of shot of the two new ones that we're not so familiar with, that I'm guessing both belong to Heart, so that we can compare. From where I'm looking right now, they both look a very similar size. One appears to be a lot braver than the other, so that'll most likely be the dominant one. So hopefully the action continues here a little bit longer.
My hippos, same position, river still flowing. Remember to talk to me, hashtag CGTN Wild. Remember to talk to me, hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Yeah, questions and comments are very, very welcome. In case you're wondering, what is happening here is that hippos do congregate in their pool, which is called a pool or a pod of hippos, and they can be close to each other as tightly as you see there, and then they can be solitary out in the bank. They feel at home and very secure when they're in the water, so they have no threats. Young ones are rarely attacked by crocodiles, although if left unattended, a crocodile will take full advantage, although it's a rarely documented. Well, if a crocodile dies, and especially bulls, because they do fight, vicious fights sometimes, resulting in death, crocodiles will feast on that carcass. Yes, it is important for them to break it down, otherwise it can be very smelly, and instead of it rotting, they'll utilize it. You can see how they've closed their eyes. They are so fast asleep, they are zonked out. This is a time that they sleep like that because it's nice and cuddly and it's been cold out there. Yeah, and so Lauren, thank you for your question. The little guys will start eating grass as of the age of about 1 month. They will start, dibbling on grass onwards, and they will suckle up to around 6 months or up to 8 months. But they're already eating grass at a very, very early stage. Yeah, they need to do that, because otherwise it's very boring for mom all the time out in foraging during at night. Yes, in this river we have pods of hippos every about 100 meters, and so there are so many. It is a place where they deserve to be, because there's no human habitation in the reserve, and there is plenty of grass to graze on, so they need to be here. Its only threat in places where there's human habitation is man. Otherwise, nobody else preys on hippos directly. Well, in some parts of Africa, you will find that there are lions that specialize in killing hippo, but it's too much work. They need to be so many of them to fully bring down hippo. Yeah, apart from them, in these waters, we have crocodiles that we'll be seeing, and the other critters like fish, about 5 types of them in this river. Hear them calling? Well, the reason I'm parked here is this is where the wildebeest cross in these parts of the conservancy, and I'm hoping that we'll see herds of them come. This is a good day because it's warming up and they haven't crossed in a few days, so they will be coming, or they might come for us to witness them cross over the side, so that they can head down to the Serengeti or the Mara Triangle, and then down to the Serengeti. Yeah, the wildebeest migration, it's an annual event that happens in the months of July, August, September, up to early October, where they reside here. And amongst them, we have zebras, topi, Thompson's gazelle, eland, and even nomadic predators like leopard and lion. Well, there are those big numbers that come by here, but I haven't seen any, and I'm taking my binoculars to look over the horizon to see if there is any coming.
Good morning, good morning. It is a beautiful morning here in Tswalu, Kalahari. My name for today is Moritz, And behind the camera we've got David. I don't know if you guys just saw, the meerkats are up early today. There we go. So it is a much warmer day, and because of that they are waking up. The wind is also much better, so we are very excited because of that. And so with that being the case, I'm hoping that we're going to get a little bit more action around the burrow today. It will be interesting to see what the dynamics is like. We were here yesterday and we had the alpha female coming in after seemingly being kicked out. And so we'll have to see what's going on, whether the beta female has now kicked out the alpha female. That is her standing out with one of her youngsters, the alpha female now. So we'll see when the beta female wakes up, whether she's given birth. We'll see if that belly has gone down, or what is the scenario there, and whether the alpha female has been dethroned for good. She will remain in the group most likely. Like I said yesterday, it is a valuable asset to the team to have that much experience and know-how about the area and just nursing and keeping the little ones going and healthy. So it will be exciting to see what the day has to offer with these little guys. But we're just very happy that they're up so early. The last couple of mornings they've been waking up only way past 9 o'clock. But like I said, the wind is much better today and the temperatures seem to have changed to a proper spring temperature. So they're expecting as high as 31 degrees Celsius today. So that's the first time that we've gone over 30 degrees. And so very excited. But guys, as soon as there's some action, we're gonna let you know and we're gonna show you.
It's incredible, like it's going to be so warm at Tualu, and with us today it feels like there's a cold front moving in, a lot of cloud cover, but we positioned ourselves near this one water hole, and if you look on that stump right in the middle, you'll notice there's a very interesting bird. There's a lot of brown with little speckles of white around the chest and around the face. So that is what looks to me like a juvenile African fish eagle. Now I'm trying to see if I can just get a picture for some of you, but that's one of the iconic birds of especially Africa, because often when you watch documentaries or even listen to videos, you might hear that distinctive like call in the back. Well, that was my half-hearted attempt of trying to make a call. The best would be just to go and try and listen to a fish eagle call. Won't find it at the vultures, but this one right over here. So if I point out this bird, you'll notice at the very top, you'll see very distinctive yellow around the face, bit of white, and then the brown on the side here, quite big talons. And often are, of course, hence the name the African fish eagle, found around the water. Now, whenever the water starts drying up, you'll find that the fish eagle will sometimes catch catfish, but not even flying into it, by standing on the side. And as soon as it sees the movement, actually go grab the one tail and grab it, and then drag it out to the shore, and from there on feed off of it. Now, while we came here, so after our search for the leopard, unfortunately we didn't get any signs or any tracks of those leopards. So we came past the area where the wild dogs were yesterday, and we've seen some tracks heading into an area where there's no road, so we are going to be making our way around to see if there's any other signs of them. But we came past this beautiful scene just to stop and see if maybe, never know, if something could have come down to drink, even those wild dogs, to come and have a drink before they eventually settle down for the day. But with this weather being like this, it might be that they could be moving for quite a bit of the day before they would eventually settle down. But quite a few birds. There's, hippos in the water you can see in the back. Been trying to see if there's a crocodile here, but we haven't seen it yet. Because it's still nice and cool, might be once the sun gets out that these crocodiles would move out onto that bank to bask in the sun. Joseph, sure, there's quite a few different ones. I would say probably the fiery neck nightjar would be one of my favorites, that you often hear at night. As I said, I'm not the best at making those bird calls, but definitely, if you can go and look it up, from the fiery neck nightjar.
The mayhem continues. Oh, Corky's one's out, and so is one of Heart's, I think. I've been sitting here with my camera trying to get a shot. Oh, we've got two heads. Hello. They're both exactly the same size. We've got Ngwazi and Shimbulu feasting with Ribbon at the other side, and these cubs are the exact same size. Just stay on these cubbies if that's possible, Beaks, and we'll try and do some sort of size comparison here. I'm pretty sure they're the exact same size, which means they're from the same litter, which means they both have to belong to Heart. I don't see who else they could belong to. Now, we thought Heart could have been pregnant in 2018 sometime, but we never saw any cubs. So what happened, we don't know, but it could be that she lost them. And I saw Heart not, well, a good few months ago now, and I was convinced she was lactating, and I think we were all right. We all thought that. And here are, surprisingly, two cubs. Definitely older than Corky's little one. Look at that, perfect. See the comparison there? Now come on, you two, stand next to each other. Now we know that Ribbon's pair are boys. Confirmed, or we hope. We have been wrong in the past. Corky's one we don't know yet. I've heard a few theories, but really I haven't properly looked to say anything. But I think this pair here, the new pair, we can definitely try. If we get a good look, one, we need to establish a difference between the two of them, or else we'll end up confused. Two, then we need to look at the genitals. The Juma clan needs more females. It's a matriarchal society, and at the moment, since we lost Pretty, we only have 5 adult females. Oh, they're out, they're coming out. Oh, 3 of them. We've got Corky's one and this two. Everybody's out. I didn't get that name, I'm afraid, but the question is, does the matriarch mate first so that her cubs are born first? Not necessarily, no. Hyenas can mate all year round and they can give birth all year round. In this case, Ribbon obviously gave birth first. Return trip, it's your question, but it doesn't mean that that's how it has to happen, no. So it appears like it was Ribbon, Heart, then Corks. But the hierarchy doesn't relate to when they'll mate. Mating's interesting within hyenas, very rarely seen. There's some videos on YouTube, which is quite bizarre when you type in hyena mating into YouTube, but it's very rarely seen. They're very secretive about their mating. That's about the only thing hyenas are really secretive of. Now, just one of these smaller cubs here, one of Heart's pair, just started anal pasting, which is really fascinating because normally they start to anal paste, but it's obviously not real anal pasting at around 4 weeks old. Now they're obviously not marking their territory, they're too young, but they start to show that behaviour that they've learned from the adults at 4 weeks old. Just this little one here, Beaky, anal pasting continuously. They keep getting spooked by something, but I'm really not sure what they're getting spooked by. Now into bellies, anal pasting on the exact same piece of vegetation, marking their territory around a den site. So they're turning their anus inside out, which sounds very bizarre, I know, and they're secreting a fluid. And it's apparently a very smelly fluid. I have never had the pleasure of smelling it. And that is exactly how hyenas mark their territory. Oh, look at them all. Look, the three different age brackets in front of us right now. Corkies, hearts, and ribbons. Okay, it wasn't the perfect lineup that I was hoping for, but it was definitely a lineup. Now, it's normal for hyenas to have twin litters, so I don't quite know what happened to Corky's one. I don't know if she did give birth to two and one did maybe not survive. Oh, look at that. That is a perfect shot. The ribbons boys just want the food. You see how they're so much fluffier, ribbons boys, especially along that neck. Shimbulu's a lot fluffier than Ngwazi, I feel. Ngwazi just popped out. I don't know how on earth we're going to get a genital check, but if you get the chance, BK, zoom on in. There we go. Ooh, who does this one belong to? Heart's little one. There you go, everyone. There's a genital check from who we presume is Hearts. Now, when it comes to male and female hyenas, it's very tricky, as many of you know. But the males are slightly more pinched at the tip, shall we say. If you actually get the chance to look inside, they also have specialized glands. But of course, we will not get that chance. So you just look for the tip to be really, really pinched at the top, and that means that it's male. Okay, so BK and I are going to continue to sit here and do more genital checks.
Guys, it seems like everyone is waking up early this morning. First the hyena cubs, and now it seems like these meerkats had an extra strong coffee. We are very happy to report that all 7 of the individuals are here. We're seeing only 6 on screen now, but that's just because I think they've been sleeping in so much that this morning when they woke up and it was a better day, the one actually already decided to move off. He went out and he's standing way behind David already, scouting to see if they can forage in that direction. A little bit of good news, and I'm only speculating here. We are seeing the beta female looking rather flat this morning as far as her belly is concerned. And if I look closely, it would seem like there's suckle marks developing. She's the one climbing out onto the burrow now, standing up right there. And it's just the beginning stages, but she's much, much flatter than what she used to be. I mean, she looked like a balloon a couple of days ago. And now this is the first time in, I want to say 4 or 5 days that we're actually seeing her. And she's looking
slim again, and just a little roundness or a little dot around those teats starting to develop, which makes me think that she has actually given birth. So we're not sure about how many or how old and all of those things, but it has to be a couple of days if it is the case. But yeah, very exciting, very, very exciting. Especially with the fact that all 7 of them are together again. That means the dynamics in the group is a little bit more relaxed now. All the tension has gone away. And it would seem like there's one big happy family again. As you can see, some of them didn't have a lot of coffee. So we had a question now, Marty's face, quickly. Is each animal's milk different? And to a certain extent, yes, it is. Not necessarily each individual, but each organism, so different species of mammal, has different quality milk. For instance, you guys were looking at the hyenas just now. They've got exceptionally strong milk. So much so that those cubs grow super fast. And just the main reason for that, guys, is with the hyenas scavenging a lot and eating quite a bit of bone, there's a lot of calcium in their diet, so that works through to their milk, and that causes the babies to get in a lot of nutritious milk. With the meerkats, also very good milk. I mean, for a single mom to be able to raise sometimes even up to 5 pups, and doing so quickly. I mean, the meerkats only drink milk for up to about, I want to say, 4 months before they are ready and able to switch over completely to solid food. So very, very strong milk. However, the composition of each species of their milk is going to be different, because diets or differ, or habits differ, and the size of the animal is different. So the smaller the animal, obviously the more concentrated the milk should be. However, it's not always the case. But then between different individuals within a species, you might find slight changes in their milk as well. So definitely, yes, there is a difference in each individual within a species' milk, and also between different species as well.
Isn't it fascinating? Milk in the animal kingdom. Hyenas is incredibly rich, very high in calcium, fatty acids, protein, and all sorts of minerals. Now that genital that we looked at belonged to one of Hart's. I think looked like a male because of the pinch tip that I mentioned. And I just tried to look at the other one through my binoculars, and it looked rather non-pinched, which could possibly mean it's a female. But really, everyone, at this stage, we're just guessing. We need to let them get a little bit bigger and properly analyze the genitals, but I am sure that one that we just zoomed into looked more male to me. So talking of male and females, it's a very different life for a male and female hyena. Females will stay in the clan, and males will either stay or disperse. So I have a quiz for you all. What is going on? Mayhem. I want to ask you, someone's bringing the carcass back. I think it should have been. I want to ask you what the percentage is of males who stay, which means natal males, or males who leave when they immigrate. So how many stay, how many go? Is it A, 50-50?
Yes, my hip pose seems to have changed position slightly so that I can see more of the Their eyes are all closed. All their eyes are closed, and so they're fast asleep, which is typical for them to do that during the day, venturing out at night, grazing, traveling up to 3 kilometers out in the open. In very harsh places or in very dry seasons, hippos have been known to travel up to 7 kilometers, which is almost 3.5 miles. That is a very long way for a 2-ton animal to walk in search of grass. Luckily here in the Mara Triangle, there is enough grass, so there is no need to roam. Very territorial in the water, but once outside they go solitary, apart from females and their young ones. Yeah, here we have a young crocodile. I think it's the second one I have seen in a month. This size is rarely seen because crocodiles cannibalize on one another. Older ones will feed on younger ones. And to see one this size is really good because we normally see the really big ones. This one, I would give him a good about 4.5 feet. Yeah, something like that. And he's done very well. You know, at that size, it could be over even 5 years. They live for up to around 80. And one surprising thing about crocodiles, these Nile crocodiles, is that in their lifetime they can grow up to 3,000 teeth. What happens is their teeth are hollow, and every time one is worn out, another grows, and so they constantly have very sharp teeth and fully intact. It is important because that's what they use to grab onto their carcasses when or their meat in the water before doing the death roll, to cut off big chunks of meat to swallow. Yes, this is a reptile or a predator adapted to hunting in dirty and murky waters because it can stay underwater for up to an hour and also can see underwater, making it very dangerous. They have been known to hunt in an area even for up to 3 months, moving from one section to the other, making sure they pick up exactly and pinpoint exactly where animals come to drink. Then they wait for the animal to come and drink. Usually they surprise it by leaping out almost 3 feet very fast and grabbing it by surprise and pulling it under. Usually if the animals try to struggle, it is given a death roll, which makes it confused, sucks lots of water and dies. Yes, that is the Nile crocodile.
Sorry everybody, we did have a bird, but unfortunately birds fly away. But it was quite an accommodating hornbill. It sat with us for a fair amount of time. I think we're going to try and do some birding because just there's no other life here, but this requires us to be quite quick. There are some birds that are also flying away. Wonderful. This is fantastic. Cool. So we'll just keep driving until we can hopefully find something. But very quiet out in the bush here on Pridelands this morning. It's actually been quite quiet since I've been back. I haven't really seen much sign or any activity of the cats. A few.
Alrighty guys, so I want to say it's confirmed that the beta female has given birth. She's the one that's walking here standing now, just in front of me. And much flatter and definite suckle marks on her. I had a look at the alpha female just now while we were away from you. And she also has a resemblance of suckle marks still, but that's just because this little guy over here and his brother is still drinking here and there from her. So they have switched over to solid foods already, but still mixing it up with a little treat every now and again. But I think in the next maybe week and a half, we are going to have little pink babies coming out every now and again from the burrow site. So very, very exciting news and times lying ahead. But as you can see, they are really hungry this morning. They are up much earlier and getting ready to go out. The other one that I spoke of, it's a little, I think it's going to be behind the bush for you now, but he's standing just over there. And he just literally, he woke up this morning and jumped out, popped over. He didn't even sun himself. He walked, and that was where he was. It seems like there's a little bit of playfulness coming in here. Almost stalking behavior from this little guy here. But that's just because he's seeing his sibling.
Beautiful. We're back with these dogs. Pungwe packs, looks like. As you can see, all puppies now schooling around, chasing probably the mother, or not the mother, but one of the male. I don't know. Usually when they do that, it's because maybe they're hoping for regurgitation from one of them. Looks like one pup here I saw still having bone. I don't know what they have eaten this morning. Can't tell right now. It's tall grasses. They have moved into tall grass. We're just gonna settle down here, see if they come back to us again. And this is the same packs. We didn't have time or opportunity to see or meet the puppies yesterday afternoon, but look, these two. Look at these two playing around. Looks like this is one with the bone. There it is. Still can't tell what bone is it, but looks like they have killed something smaller. Maybe this morning you can tell these all puppies are full belly right now. How gorgeous it is. Look. So beautiful to watch a dogs, puppies playing around, you know. They want to share this piece of bone. There's another one coming into that area. Comes to that point where it's going to be maybe too warm during the day. Probably going to do the same, lie down in a shade. But if it's anything, disturb them. In terms of the antelope, they will hunt again.
Very well done, Andrew, and always nice to see wild dogs and stay with them. I mean, because you never know what they might do later in the day. One of the best sightings I had with wild dogs is when they tried to hunt an ostrich. Though they were not successful, it was an interesting experience to see them chasing a male ostrich, but the ostrich was a lot faster than them. Got this female here of the Maasai ostrich, top in the background, or toppies, and a very huge fig tree. And more from the north, ostriches will feed while on the move. They rarely stop to feed because what they need to pick will be small leaves or seeds grass blades, insects sometimes. Look at the height as you look on the horizon. Tall birds. And the height gives them the advantage to keep the predators at bay. And not far from this area, I saw a male and a female mating. Please, when you're asking why the ostriches move their heads like that when they move, well, difficult for me to say why they do that. I could only guess maybe it's because of where the center of gravity is and their long necks. Others will not be able to explain why they keep moving their heads like that. Because you see, it's the whole movement from the head to the neck. And trying to think why they should do that, I have no idea. Are they trying to propel the head forward by the body? No idea. Is it too long to be held by the body? I mean, honestly, I would not have an idea why they move their heads like that. Tall legs, long necks. You can easily see there would be predators from where they're coming from. It's a couple of seconds on the ground, then some up looking. You notice how they blend in. Like during the day, the females will always incubate the eggs, and at night, the males, because of the black color, will incubate the eggs and they swap. Wasn't very successful with my cheetah hunt where I had gone. I have decided to go to a different area and still hopeful I'll see one.
So they've not been too successful with cheetah in the Mara, but we've actually found the female cheetah that we were looking for the whole morning, or actually we didn't find her. The one vehicle that was driving and working for our habitat team found her walking on the main road. She's very nervous and she's on the move. You can see she's moving past quite a little bit of a denser area now. We're going to see if we can catch up to her. She was moving away from an area where there was lots of land tracks, so we think that she was chased away from the area that she was in this morning. So I'm going to head down this road here. It's quite bumpy, and so we're going to see if we can catch up with her. But how beautiful is that view behind us as well? She was actually coming up here, and she was staring and using this spot here at the top of this hill to scan over this whole area, and she actually trotted away quite a bit. Okay, let's see if we can head around there and see if we can catch up to her. So she's heading down, and I think trying just to get distance between her and where she maybe got chased by those lions or where she last smelt them or so. Let's head down this road here. Okay, just gonna take it nice and slow. Hold on for all the bumps and so. Just before you came to us, she actually started trotting down the hill. We're going to see if we can catch up to her, hopefully before she gets to the thick stuff. And with cats, you always want to stay with them when they're on the move. So we'll stick around.
I am exhausted from trying to keep up with all the action here. Okay, Corky's little one's genitals extended, BK. If we can just zoom in. Corky's little one. Sorry, I'm really trying to get a gender check. I think one of hearts is male. Yep, Corky's little one's genital is not pinched. Can you see that, BK? Just there. It's not pinched at the top. It's not got that triangular tip. that, ladies and gentlemen, was a tantrum called a hyena tantrum. Oh, it's an Inyala. It's not a impala, everyone. They're stripes. I think it's an Inyala. Or a kudu. Okay, where do I start? Indabele got a scolded by Ribbon there. I fear you may have seen my tub of peanut butter. I'm sorry. I was snacking. Anyway, Indabele just got scolded by Ribbon and then took a complete tantrum about it. Indabele is Pretty's daughter. Now, Pretty was second in the hierarchy after Corky. Pretty was very pretty and she's no longer with us, I'm afraid. Her passing was quite a sad one, I think. So, Indabele lost her mother young. Indabele is Swazi's sister. And I often feel they're a bit lost, not trying to anthropomorphize here, but they lost their mother so young. They're still part of the clan, but I feel they are lost, the two of them, and that's why Swazi's always in our camp. So Indabele used to be of quite a good status, but because Pretty has passed, I don't really think she knows where she sits in the hierarchy now. She's very small if you look at her. She's very pale, very small, and that was Ribbon scolding her. And she took a complete hyena tantrum. If you've never seen a hyena take a tantrum before, that's what happened. Ribbon's been very possessive over this carcass. There's definitely not an impala. Oh yes, my goodness, thank you, Rebecca. I forgot I was doing a quiz earlier when we lost signal somehow. So let me go back to that. The quiz. Males within a clan, they either stay and are natal or they leave and they're immigrants. So, who goes and who stays? Is it A, a 50-50%? Is it B, 70% go and 30% stay? Or is it C, 97% go and only 3% stay? So either 50-50, 70-30, or 97-3. Tell me, what is the percentage for males who either leave the clan, they disperse, or they stay? So this morning has been utterly fantastic and busy. And looking at Corky's genitals, which is Corky's little one's genitals, sorry, before the madness happened. Oh, Sutu's coming. Hello, Sutu. Sutu is June's daughter. Oh, did you see that? Madness, I tell ya. I think Corky's little one could be female. I want a better look, but from what I could see, it was not pinched. It didn't have the triangular tip. It was flat. I think Corky's little one could be female, which is fantastic news. It will live a very similar life to what Corky is living now. It will be low ranked, even lower than Corky, I'm afraid, but I think what I saw there was female. Okay, with all this madness happening and with all this talk of Corky, let's go and learn some more about Corky's cubs from now and the past.
The Juma clan have experienced quite the shake-up. At the beginning of 2019, Corky was the matriarch of the growing group. Corky's resilience in the face of much adversity made her a force to be reckoned with. In a turn of events, one of the lowest ranking members, Ribbon, toppled her and took over the throne. Now that the dust has settled, the hyenas have gotten back to the business of expanding their ranks. Corky is still a part of the clan, a position we were unsure of until finally meeting her cub at the communal den. Growing up with its now higher-ranked cousins, Ribbon's cubs, we wait to see how this cub will fit into the newly formed hierarchy.
What a morning on digital safaris. Corky was an incredible matriarch. And she's still an incredible hyena. She's just not the matriarch anymore. Now, the little cub's got his head out, and I think Corky's one is going to pop his head out too. And it would just be so, there we go, so wonderful to have more females, as part of the clan. The Juma clan is relatively small in comparison to the clans in the Mara, like the North clan, which is 90 strong now, I believe. Juma clan is very, very small. It's a smaller area here, and they do need more females. Look at them. One of Hearts appears to be much more confident than the other, and I'm imagining that that will be the dominant one. But we do need to get a sort of side-by-side comparison shots, and then we can identify them individually, and then we can start to go into more details. There's not really a point right now in identifying the sex when we can't really tell them apart. I think Indabelli forgets she's too big now. You're not a cub anymore, Indabelli. She's still young though, and she just wants to play. So hopefully these little cubs will pop their heads back out soon.
The equivalent of our meerkats here in East Africa would be the mungus. And of the different types or species of the mungus we have in East Africa, I would say specifically the striped or the banded mungus. Now, I got a question for all of you. We got some beautiful ducks here. Look at them carefully and tell me which ducks are these. Hashtag World Earth or hashtag CGTN World on Twitter. Which ducks do we think are just warming themselves up? See their webbed feet? That's one giveaway. Of course, most ducks will have webbed feet for paddling and swimming in the water. Look on their faces. And it's typical for many ducks early morning like this, fast to warm up before they go back to the water to swim, while they feed, standing on one leg and actually hiding it. I'm not sure she's trying to balance because I can't even see the other one. It has been taken all the way to under the wing. Not sure what message she could be trying to do. To reinforce maybe the muscles of one leg. Then she's going to swim. You might easily think this is a one-legged duck. And I'm sure you're all finding out which ducks these ones are. And as I told you, you can tweet your answers to hashtag World Earth or hashtag CGTN Wild. Jenny, very good. First person to give an answer and the correct answer. You're very, very correct. White-faced whistling ducks, very good. White-faced whistling ducks, very well done. And you'll always see them near water, as most ducks would be. and not very far from where we are seeing some two black birds in the water. I would also want to pose a question on the same. Let's do a birding section here, or rather birding segment here. Two small ducks, those are the same ones in the water. No, yes, these ones we know them. But the two other black ones, you see those black ones there? Who do you think these ones are? We'll try and find out if they get in a better place to frame them on the camera, and then we're going to try and identify them in the next time you're with me.
Look who has decided to pay us a visit at Ndlovu Dam. This is going to be a very short-lived sighting because common duiker, or just duiker and steenbok in general, are notorious for being quite nervous. Did you see how it just stopped very abruptly? Now, the wind has started to pick up quite a bit here at Pridelands, so it's very exposed out in the open like that, and at risk to not even just things like leopards and lions, but also some really large birds that we occasionally see, like a martial eagle, would quite happily take something the size of that antelope. Can you believe it? So back into the thickets where it will hide away, and look how it completely disappears. Very camouflaged too. But what they will do is they'll run short distances like that, and then they will just normally sit down behind some tall grass or behind some sticks or something like that, and then hope that whatever was looking for it, if it was a predator, that it'll hopefully have lost sight of it. But it's very nice and very unusual to see them come down and drink. Normally they'll do so at night time, but we found that the duiker here of Pridelands are quite happy to utilize this little watering hole during the early mornings, and then often in the late afternoons just as the sun is setting. But it's great. This is definitely the only time I've really often seen duiker drinking. It's been actually quite cool. But there's not even really any birds here. Normally there's a grey heron that likes to live here and a hammerkop. We know that there are a few doves that frequent the dam, but unfortunately there really isn't anything on our side. It's a bit of a strange day. The wind is not quite howling. It's something in between that and a gentle breeze, more on the howling side though, and it's quite chilly. So I think once the day sort of warms up a little bit, we can expect to see things like elephants and buffalo all coming down towards Ndlovu Dam. Looney Tunes? No, this definitely does become quite green as soon as we get a bit of rain. And the dam fills up a significant amount. You can actually see where, if we look down at the mud closest to us, all the sort of area. So if we look at that, all of that stuff that you're looking at now, that was once underwater. And it comes quite...
So there's still lots of action here, and the three cubs, Hearts 2 and Corky's 1, are acting very skittish. There's another vehicle at the sighting, but they're a little bit nervous with all the hyena action that's happening around, all the vocalizations, all the individuals coming in, all the individuals coming out. Normally Corky's little one is a bit braver than this. This may be the action starting to die down soon. That noise is coming from inside the den, I think. Is that right, BK? It's coming from behind the den. Oops, excuse the vehicle. Wow. Now, I think we have had the most fantastic morning at the den, but when the cubs run in like that and the adults disperse, I'm going to make the decision to leave. We've had almost 2.5 hours, I think, and I know that Hukamuri's around, so we're going to go to the hook. And I always think it's important that once you've spent enough time with an animal as a guide, to just give them a little bit of time. There's other vehicles that will want to come, there's other vehicles that will want to see. So unfortunately the cubs have ran back inside, and who's got the carcass now? Is Ribbon still walking about with this carcass? She is, isn't she? She's determined not to. I don't even know if you can call that a carcass. It's more like a skin. Okay, Miss Rib Robs, we are going to leave you and your clan. Ooh, about 20% of you chose option B, which was 70-30 for the do you disperse or do you stay? I always think of that song, should I stay or should I go now? And it's true, it's the perfect song when you're talking about males in a hyena clan. And then the rest, which is about 80%, chose C, who are correct. 97% of all hyena males disperse to other clans, neighbouring clans, and 3% of all males stay, which means you're a natal male. You won't have as many sort of mating opportunities. In fact, maybe no one will mate with you. Or maybe the low ranker will, but you'll still get better access to resources and food. So, bye Ribbon, enjoy your delicacy. We are going to leave the Juma clan for now and head to Hukamore.
Yes, welcome back. We're still on the banks of the Mara River. That is my location for the morning. And one hippo has come out. Remember, this is the norm this time of day when it warms up. Looks like the sun is gonna shine today, and our first hippo has come out together with his mate, the crocodile. Yeah, over here there is no fighting for space. There is enough and there is mutual respect. So there's no shoving and pushing and fighting for space. Everybody's got their own space. Yeah, the big male there looks like he is standing to get rid of all the water first, maybe, and then lie down. Remember, some of the hippos I've shown you before lack space like that. They have very steep banks, so they usually submerge themselves halfway in the water, and I think they would prefer more to sleep in the water. Over here I'm still waiting for my wildebeest to come, or a zebra. I haven't seen any, and I am going to do this. I'm going to get out, go on top of the vehicle and use my binoculars and scan if there is anything coming my way.
So as we were driving down this particular road, we stumbled across this big herd of elephants. Now look right in the front there. There's a mother with a small baby moving alongside her. It's always just so special to be able to see a herd of elephants like this. And you'll notice, especially this time of the year, the vegetation, especially the trees, have lost quite a bit of their leaves, so the elephants blend in so well whenever they move through these dense areas. It sounds like there might be more elephants on the other side, and it's quite a big herd that's moving through this area. Now, unfortunately, because of the area that they are moving in, it's quite dense, we won't be able to follow, but we'll spend some time here, and at least until we can see the last one disappearing. Sassy Cassie, I haven't, to be honest. Like, not from my experience, or I'm sure, like, if the herd had to stampede, there's always a chance that something like that could possibly happen. But just from my experience, I've never heard about it or even seen it. So I'd love to know from some of the viewers, or if they've even seen anything about or heard about it. But I've often seen when a mum moves next to a youngster, they often move quite gently, very carefully placing their feet. So unless, as I said, unless there's a big disturbance, and those elephants are stampeding, the chances are very unlikely that that could happen. But these elephants are moving off. They are heading into a denser area, so it's nice, overcast weather, so a nice time for elephants to be feeding. And on top of all of it, we've heard from some of the rangers that they have found the lion. So you remember the pride with those white lions in it? Not too far away from where we are now in the riverbed. So we're going to head straight there and hopefully see if they're still around.
Yeah, now I have two more, hippos. There is no animals coming my way. I went to the top of the vehicle and there's nothing much. So I'm gonna stick to my beautiful hippos. Look at that little guy. He's having fun biting on the ground. What's happening there is he's sniffing the crocodile, investigating and finding out, are you our enemy or are you our friend? Yeah, that could be mom because she's tolerating the youngster. It is rare and unheard of to have twins for hippos, so definitely Kevin, you ask if the hippos leave the water, if they could live in a water hole. Could you repeat the question, please? Unfortunately, I could not hear the question really well, but they have to be placed where there is water for sure, hippos. They cannot live where there's no water. Of course, they can live in very shallow waters or in very muddy areas. I've seen them wallowing in very thick mud. As long as their skin doesn't burn, they can do that, but preferably they will need to be in water. They also can appear in man-made dams, ponds, streams, edges of lakes, especially freshwater lakes in Africa. So they can appear and they can live not only in rivers but ponds and streams. Yeah, looks like she's got very serious injuries, that female. Looks like she got into a fight, maybe with another female, and she got really hammered. You can tell those wounds. The oxpeckers and the wagtails, the one wagging the tail, the white bird, is called a wagtail, and then the other one now is an oxpecker. They don't really help because they keep pecking on the wound, making it much more exposed, and I think it bit too. Yeah, you can tell she's getting irritated because it's painful. They open it and become septic, which could lead to other infections. So eventually she might run towards the water. I've seen them do that. If it gets too painful, let's see, she will get back into the water to get rid of them. They are not very helpful, those birds. They eat on the wound and they make it very open. Yeah, she's gonna get back into the water to get rid of them. Robin, good morning. We say Jumbo here in Kenya. You ask if crocodiles ever go for young hippos. Yes, they do. If left unattended, they do. Or if they get lost, of which sometimes they do, they go after them. But in an area like this, there is mutual understanding. There is respect. The crocodile knows if it goes for the young one, it might be dangerous. Look at that little hippo. Is very courageous, going into the mouth of the crocodile. But the crocodile, I think, over time, it has learned to avoid the little one because it knows if there is a sound of distress, the mother might come, and it won't be good news if the mother comes. Is she gonna do it again? No. Yeah, it's a kiss. Maybe it's a cousin saying hello. Was that you? Yeah. They will get comfortable and they will lie on that bare ground there. And when they do that, they look like blobs or rocks. Yeah, the hippo is smelling the crocodile. Yes, that's very, very interesting. Yeah, those birds are called yellow-billed oxpeckers, and what they're doing, on the backs of these hippos, if they have a wound, they'll make it septic. So that's called symbiosis called parasitism, where they actually make the host sick, sometimes resulting in death. So it's parasitism because they are not being very helpful. You also see them on buffaloes, impalas, giraffes, kudu. Yeah, I'm gonna be seeing what's the sequence of them coming out of the water. Now I have 3. Maybe I'm gonna continue counting.
Great, hippo is also very good, and indeed we're still sitting with these dogs. And all we've seen here is these puppies chasing each other. Finally, they all just settle down again, taking their time. And the parents seems to be all separated, who slept in one of the shared feathers distance, as you can see, but this is how they give a lot of a chance for the puppies to be able to have their own time, play around, practice fighting as well. So they haven't yet started to get mobile. Maybe it's because of it's getting slightly warmer. Maybe they'll call it a day here until late afternoon. But these puppies, they still rely on their mother to hunt and kill for them. So what they do, they go hunt as a parents, kill, feed as much as they can, but run back to the puppies with a full belly. And for that, they have to feed their cubs by regurgitating. Some piece of chunk would be then coming out for them, out of their mother's mouth, for them to eat. There then is no order. Everyone will be sniffing the bigger one's mouth, hoping for meat to come out of their mouth. But this is how sometimes they won't spend a lot of time with these puppies, because these cubs always expect to be fed from their mother. See that one through these grasses. Can't stop playing around, these guys. Still have a lot of energy. Going back to the whole little one. So they are day active animals. A lot of time they've been seen moving around during a full moon, night. Of course, they can sometimes also kill, but not as much as during the day. They still see at night, but we don't consider them as a night animal out here. Jennifer, what is an average breed for an adult dog? So, with the wild dogs, it's all different things. here, looking at these pegs, where you expect is a whole bigger one, many of time, there are nothing in these pegs that can help hunting. But what is happening here, there is a pair breeder, which is alpha male and then alpha female. These are the one. So usually they can weigh about 30 kgs. Bigger female or bigger male. Bigger male can weigh about 30 kg average. So, and they live up to 6 to 12 years old. And their gestation period is about 2 months at least. So number of young has been recorded of probably about 10 up to, if it's successful rate of breed, 18 sometimes of pup will be born. They usually after that, baby born, they secreted the mound, the den, for safety.
Swatch, we have moved, but you can see why. Wherever there's water, especially during dry season, there will always be life. Although sometimes you just have a few moments where there isn't much around. But the impala have moved on in, and this is since no, not maybe since we've been here, but when we arrived, there was a big herd that had come down to drink and moved on off. So this is another group, but that's not too surprising, as this animal, this impala, is the most common antelope species that you are likely to see while
Well, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you get these technical hitches, but our tech team are always very fast and quick to fix them, as this hyena wants to cross the road, and it looks like to me is a young one. And there's a den I know around this area, and I'm sure all of you know the North Clan. This got nothing. This is not the North Clan member. It's of a different clan, and it's way, I would say, southeast of the Mara Triangle. Not sure exactly what she wants to do or what she's smelling in the air. So the direction she is going is where we have that den. She's walking on the short grass where she can see herself. Now we saw another one that was with this member which was feeding. Not sure exactly what they were feeding at, but I would imagine it would have been some old carcass. Let's just find out for you where she is. She's on the left of this road here. This is one clan. I wouldn't be able to know what name it is from. We have two major clans here. We have what we call the North Clan, the Happy Zebra Clan. And near our camp, we have another one that we call the Ololo Clan. Now, this is the one that is feeding. And in the tall grass there, I wouldn't be able to tell what she is feeding from. Certainly nothing fresh, because there are no other scavengers like vultures or marabou storks. I haven't seen any sign of other predators like either lions or a cheetah that I was looking for before, or even a leopard. I just want to believe this hyena here is scavenging on an old kill of maybe a couple of weeks ago. Just goes down maybe to reach the bones or be able to crush it. The bones. She keeps looking up in the air. Is only the first one that we saw coming out of here. We would not have ever seen this one. Animal Life, you have asked me a very good question, and you give me a couple of seconds. I should be able to give you the answer of how many teeth a hyena would have. It won't be long. Just hold on right there as we watch it feeding. Well, I think they usually have anything between 32 to 34 teeth. And you know, Animal Life, we got 3 different species of hyenas in Africa. The brown hyenas, the striped hyenas, and this particular one here, that is called the spotted hyena. And the spotted hyenas have between 32 to 34 set of teeth. Most predators will have that. I'm trying to imagine also leopards have about 30 of them. But it's the molars that are very important Animal Life because they need them to bite, whatever they're crushing, especially the bone. The PSI of hyenas, especially the spotted hyena, is about 1,100, which is necessary for them to be able to crush the bones like what I think she could have been eating there. All right. Nice to have seen the hyena. I haven't seen hyena the whole day and the whole of yesterday. And I'll be moving on to look for some more animals.
How incredible is this? We were able to find these lions right in the riverbed, and you can see there's the 2 cubs heading down towards Dad. Probably just like after having a good meal. Now, most of the lions you'll notice are panting, and their bellies are heavy. It's all because earlier on, probably during the evening, they made a kill on a big buffalo. So look at the size of some of their bellies. Now, with the sun coming out, there's a good chance that they might just move into the shade at the back, and that's where they'll lie down for the rest of the day. You see that one has a black patch on the side. I wonder if it's maybe some blood from that buffalo. You'll notice all the others as well, like that big male. Look at how he's panting, and then just to the left of where he is, the rest of the members of the pride are lying down in the riverbed on the sand. But look at all of them panting. You'll see once they get up how big those bellies are. See the young white male that's off to the left. Now I haven't noticed, oh, there's the young white female. She's just off to the right. Her color is very similar to the sand. And for a moment I didn't even see her when she was lying down. Also looks like there's a patch of blood on her back. I'm just trying to have a look with the binoculars. Yeah, I can see there's a little tinge of red. Looks like the young female cub is now coming down again. She was early on in the bushes at the back where the young male was, but now moving slowly back. And these 2, just that we are looking at now, looks like the 2 sisters. So the white female and that one right next to her, they are the 2 sisters of one of the older lionesses within this pride. Renal, it all depends on the area where the lions occur, but the average lifespan of especially females will be around about 14 years. And sorry, before I carry on, I just want to point out with this young cub that's just moved off to the side and flopped down next to this young male. So the average lifespan of the females could be around that. The males, anywhere from 9 until 12 years. It all depends on the amount of competition within that area, the fights, and if they are just by themselves or if there are a collision of a few brothers that are together or males that are related of the same age. So it all depends on those varying factors, because in some areas they might grow up as the females as much as many, let me just think, I think there's around 16 to 18 years old, but that's a really good lifespan for a lion. And especially for the males, if they can get up to the age of 14, that would be considered a very long life for a male lion. Just notice this big male here. If we move in closer towards him, I want you to have a look at especially the scars around his face, but also his teeth. See the young... There's the young male that's moved right next to his dad. Possibly his dad. I don't know if he might be the dad or the other one. But you'll notice how those, like around the face, how there's so many scars. Notice what he's doing right now. As he is panting with that youngster being around. The older, he still tolerates him a lot now, but the older you get, the less you'll tolerate him. But you'll see those teeth quite yellow stained. A lot of, or it looks like it's been chipped. And often that's a sign of an older lion. See what he's doing now. He's not too comfortable with the youngster being that close. But he still tolerates him. Had it been another male that's a lot older, he wouldn't have been able to tolerate him that long. But see that little one panting. All because of all that. Imagine all that food, if you ate so much food. And now it's pushing against your diaphragm, which pushes against the lungs, so it makes you short of breath. And also now you're lying down on that stomach, so it doesn't make it really that easy. That's why lions prefer to sometimes when they do lie down, they'll lie down on their backs with their feet up in the air. Even just on the side, just so that there's a bit more space for them. But just imagine, I'm just thinking about this. So imagine that young male that we're looking at now. So he's only a cub, around about 5.5, 6 months average old. So he will only look like his dad probably once he gets to the age of 6.5, maybe 7 years. Then he'll be that size. And you never know, maybe at that age he might be a dominant male of a pride. Sassy Cassie, I think there's a lot of variables that will contribute to animals living longer in a zoo. I mean, in the wild, there's going to be a lot more competition for food. There's going to be a sense where if water dries up or animals move, is that these lions need to go. In a zoo, if an animal is injured, there would be zookeepers that will go and look after that animal. They have specific dietary requirements, so they'll give them whatever they need. However, with lions, if there's no food, they have to move. If there's no water, they'll have to move as well. If there's an injury, either they survive or they will die because of that. So there's a lot of variance that one would be able to look at. But normally something like a male lion, for example, when he is king, he is king. Like he takes over the pride, him and his brother, or let's say he didn't have a brother, he'll have all the females, and all he needs to do is keep all the other males out of the area. However, when he gets older, he becomes weaker, and then if another male comes in, they'll obviously fight unless they push this one out. But if they do fight, sometimes that male could die because of the injuries that are inflicted, or he is injured in such a bad way that even when he moves away, he can't really hunt effectively. And he will die of starvation. So it is a tough life, especially before he becomes the king of the pride and afterwards. Those are the most challenging years within a male lion's life. But with females, they'll tend to be with the pride for as long as they possibly can before they just can't keep up anymore. And unfortunately, like wild dogs that would normally bring food towards those that are sick or injured, lions, it won't be like that. If the pride needs to move because there's no food or water and an individual can't keep up, they won't necessarily wait for that individual because it's the survival of that whole pride. That is their main focus. So while we are looking at this particular pride and seeing two of these magnificent white lions in it, we'd love to show you a little story about white lions in general.
Lions are social animals, living in groups called prides. The Birmingham Pride currently reigns over the grasslands of the Timbavati Reserve, but are well known along the fringes of the Greater Kruger. This group has been growing their ranks, welcoming two extraordinarily rare additions to their pride: two white lion cubs. Social play is critically important for young lions. It teaches them various life skills, reaffirms pride bonds, and it also helps these budding predators to practice their stalking and hunting skills. Although cute and cuddly now, with all this playful practice, we're convinced the youngsters of the Birmingham Pride will be quite the force to be reckoned with in the near future.
Yes, I'm still here. The hippos are still here, and it's quite interesting to see a white lion in Timbavati. I would like to see one someday. We will get our own lions. They get pale, but not as pale as that. And I am hoping, as I talk of lions, if we could see one around here, because now there is no wildebeest or zebra, maybe a lion would be a good substitute. Yeah, now I have how many hippos? 5. And one crocodile. Looks like more are coming out. It is sunny now, and the much needed sun has been out, and they will be coming out to enjoy the sun. Remember, this is a hippopotamus, which weighs up to 2 tons, and especially in females, they are they are gregarious in water, but solitary out. An animal equipped to live in the water, but feeds only on grass. Yeah, they've been known to live for up to 40 years, and males have got very vicious fights during mating. They coexist with crocodiles as long as the crocodiles behaves, doesn't go for the young hippos. And in this case here, looks like there is a mutual understanding about how far they can go, because they've been very tolerated by the hippos.
I only thought it's the vultures that have no table manners. But again, you might get some lions which may not behave well when they are feeding. Now, I would say lions may not behave well when they are dealing with such huge mammals like this big male buffalo. Look at his size. And thinking he's chewing cud in a slow motion. What do you think? It's quite slow. Well, one thing's a fact, he's an old boy. He's quite a senior citizen. And that's why you see him and the other one on their own. When buffaloes get old, they're either shown the door by the females, or they choose to stay by their own. And being ruminants, that is how they spend the days after feeding a little bit. They keep regurgitating what they had eaten and chewing it back, just like the cows. And I still think even this one is slow motion, chewing the cud, and very synchronized, because both of them are chewing at the same pace. And when does their jaws get tired as they get older? This is the way it should be. I mean, speed, because when young, I've seen them moving their jaws much faster when chewing the cud. Just enjoying the breeze around this area. These are the animals you don't want to take chances with in the African wilderness, together with the hippos. And remember, we're coming to you live. Should you have any comments or questions, please do send them through #WorldEarth or #CGTNWild. Has warmed up. We started with very low temperatures this morning, but now it feels just perfectly fine. Haven't seen any herd close to these buffaloes here. And the times when you're doing drives and you need to have a small little wee break, the only thing we need to confirm it's not close is like this unicorn buffalo here that might have lost one horn either in a fight or because of old age.
Definitely indeed, I would need a warm-up after this morning cold, same as these guys. The wild dogs, we got them right now. So since then they've been slightly active, running around, and again they haven't stopped pushing one another or bite one another. Again, there's still a lot of puppies close to us, and in there, as you can see, such a beautiful face, dark nostrils. Ella, how do the wild dogs establish their ranking? So, bigger packs number I've ever seen is about 20 of them, 20 in a group. When we seen, they were finally divided. And that's why it means if they're divided, certain small group will run or move off. And then again, wherever they go, they were able to establish their own rank or group and carry on, number grow from there. Because we're not in the area where these days, you will look at the 40 number of this animal together, and not in the places where you have a lot of lions, leopard, and things like that, which then they have a problem with how they hunt. They hunt running. When they run, they don't have a choice of looking for safety, except for targeting the prey species in front of them. Many of them have been killed during that running. Many of them have been killed during the resting. So it's quite a lot of a challenge they face. So that's why packs like this won't spread up or won't separate individual group, still small group when I look at them, unless if these puppies survive, and that then we'll be probably thinking of looking at separation here. One group would maybe move off, separate way, and this is how they finally establish their own group somewhere else. Look at these two. They have such massive ears, these guys. Looks like a vampire. Ears. But they're practicing now biting in that log. You can able to see these teeth, how sharpening they are. But I can tell you what, these teeth are so serious. This animal eat. We seen leopard feed yesterday. It was more than less to this animal. What they do, they bite and they pull off. So they tear off skin, flesh, bone at the same time, and swallow the whole chunk.
So you, I'm sure, have guessed exactly where we are. We're now inside the eco training camp, and we're looking at some little birds who have come down to drink at the bath, little bird bath that we created for all the students to learn about birds. So we've got the Jamison's firefinch, which is that beautiful red bird with a bit of brown on it, and then of course the blue waxbills, which Well, the name describes them quite well. You can see them just here. But we get so many interesting little creatures that come on through here. So it is really, really awesome to sit and watch. Yesterday we were really lucky to have a quick glimpse of a green-winged pytilia, which is an amazing bird. And I've also heard that there is a cutthroat finch that likes to come through and have a drink as well. So where this little bird bath is actually positioned, now typically in most camps you will find some kind of a little bird bath to attract the smaller things. I've done some decorating. I've added some sticks and things to it to make it a little bit more natural. But what you can't see is just basically above where we are, but we won't show you right now. There's a huge big tree called a boerbean tree, and it's got little red flowers on at the moment. There are some more waxbills that are about to come on down. They're just building up the courage, so just a few more minutes or a few couple of seconds and they'll be back in there. And there's an African Scops owl that lives up in this tree. Now also, if there are any little goshawks or lizard buzzards and things like that, these small raptors, what I used to see a lot in one of the eco training camps in Mashatu, so in the southern sections of Botswana, is that they would sit up in the trees and they would actually use these little watering holes for hunting. And they would sit and wait and wait and wait. And then when these unsuspecting birds had let their guard down a little bit when they come to have a drink, and they would fly on down and catch them. So that's something else that we could see, is we could start to see a lot of small raptor species too, and maybe the odd owl. Did you hear that? There was a woodpecker making that sound. Did you see how all those little birds panicked though? And they like to drink here, and I think they feel quite safe because look at all those sticks and branches behind where the bird bath is. So, and quite a few of them actually have got some thorns and things on them, so that would help protect those little birds from, well, it would be more of a deterrent for a raptor to try and fly in and grab them. So they're quite happy. But even though that a woodpecker is not a predatory bird, it doesn't want to eat them, it gave off some kind of an alarm. As you saw, all those birds responded and then flew away. So maybe that woodpecker knows something that we don't. So I'll have to keep my eyes open. Warren, yes, there are some bird species that nest in termite mounds. The one that springs to mind is an African shell duck, and perhaps you can chat to Dylan, who is at Swalu, because he actually sees some South African shell ducks, so he'll be able to tell you. And I think you've actually been seeing a termite mound where they've been nesting. Otherwise, there aren't that many. Most birds, and particularly these little birds that we're looking at, they actually make these woven nests. Now, I really wish that there are some waxbills, but they're just hiding away. So like I said, it takes them a bit of time because they are out in the open. They will come back. But those tiny little blue waxbills, they're sitting at 12 o'clock. I'll point them out to you. I think they're in there somewhere. There we go. They make an incredible nest from a specific type of grass. So they're very, very picky when it comes to what type of nesting material they'll use. So they like to use a grass called blue seed grass, and we'll see if we can't maybe on this afternoon safari or maybe tomorrow morning actually find an unused nest, and I can show you what it looks like. But it is awesome, and you'll be surprised as to how small it is too.
So where these lines are, we could see vultures from the back swirling down towards the tree, and I wonder if that's not where that buffalo kill was. So just notice from the back, if we move out from these lines, you might just notice a vulture moving behind the trees, round about there. Let's just see if I can still see it. Might have already there it goes. So see how it's going down. And often when vultures go down and they extend their feet out, it's a good sign that possibly they are going to go and land. So if these lines move off into an area where we can't see them anymore, because you can see there's like some shade at the back there, just behind, or there's a few trees there with some shade, so there's a good chance that they might go and lie down for the rest of the day. Full bellies, good chance that they might not be heading anywhere pretty soon, so we can go and have a look at that carcass. Animal life with male lions and females, the males tend to be heavier than the females, but it all depends on, of course, the age. Like a young male, a female would outweigh a young male, but if you had to take a fully grown lioness and a fully grown male, on average, a fully grown male could weigh anywhere from 200 to 240 kilograms, whereas with a female, it will be anywhere from 120 to 150 kilograms. So, I mean, a big male can almost outweigh it by nearly 90 to 100 kilograms. A big male in comparison to a younger female. So, the males tend to be heavier. Now there's another interesting bird flying here, but I don't know if we'll be able to catch it because it is pretty quick. But just above us now, it's doing a circle. So let's just see if I can get it before it goes into the sun. Oh, there it goes. Let's try and see if we can get that one. But I want you to notice the colors on this bird if it moves. There's a lot of white, a bit of black, and it's not the size of a vulture nor a martial eagle, but it is an African hawk eagle that is flying above us. It's darting down. It's almost looking like it's heading towards where that carcass might be. So maybe what we can do, this lioness is getting a bit more uncomfortable just the way she's lying down in the sun. But if she decides then to move off into the shade, we are going to go and see if we can find that carcass and maybe see if there's some vultures around that carcass.
Well, it's interesting to see that breed of lions, and especially the white lions, which I do not think we have them in East Africa. Let me say more so in Kenya, we haven't recorded or documented a white lion or lioness. Now I've decided to come close to the Mara River and browse a little bit and find out what's happening. And I found myself this huge herd of hippos, and definitely I didn't find it. I mean, this is where they have a territory. They don't go very far from here. And we've got a yellow-billed stork there, and also a reptile, 3 different species, not related, and having a commonality of enjoying the sun, or knowing if need be, they'll get some good safety going back to the water, especially for the hippos and the croc. That looks to me like a yellow-billed stork. JS, when do hippos give birth? I mean, hippos do not season, unlike, say, the animals we know of the wildebeest, that we know in a particular time they have rutting, they are pregnant, and around the month of February, for about 2 to 3 weeks, they will drop their young ones. Hippos will have young ones throughout the year. So they do not have a defined, I would say, breeding season to give birth, just like the buffaloes. And yes, the croc you see there also don't have a defined time. Like you can say, this is the breeding season for the hippos to give birth. I'll spend some time here, and this is a different crossing point from where Isaac is, and the whole idea is to chance for the wildebeest to come and maybe cross at this point.
Beautiful back on his wild dogs, and still resting. We saw one which looks like was playing with an old a tortoise shell, which is they just probably pick it up somewhere. RF, you want to know how far is this puppies from the den? You know, they come from the west, so I would suggest when this is a Pungwe pegs, maybe it's another 4 kilometers away to the western side from here where we are, But, again, they might actually been down a big loop since they've been seen a few days in Torchwood area. It looks like they haven't been returned back home where they're from. It's caused by maybe a lot of delay because they're going to have to move, settle down, and, hunt for these puppies. So it's a little bit distance, 4 kilometers away, It's far for such a dogs, but it was not direct, travel. So it was indirect travel, which means they don't really, to reach their destiny immediately, because they don't really have to be in kind of a mood. They're always, depending on how successful hunting they are. But if they travel then don't find nothing, of course they have to keep on and on and on, and then makes them to travel far away from their den.
We finally managed to find Hukumure, the gangster of the West, sitting on top of a shudulu. Not the shudulu, but a shudulu, which means termite mound in Shangaan. Now, Hukumure, as far as I know, has not crossed the western boundary, which is Triple M, back into Juma since his altercation with Mulwati over shudulu. Not the termite mound, but the actual female leopard. I really don't believe he's crossed back into Juma. So therefore, he seems to have let that part of his territory, which is the far eastern part of his territory, go for now. He doesn't seem to be wanting to bump into Mulwati again. It was such an interesting sighting that Tristan had. And, well, Mulwati's slightly bigger. And definitely won, if you like. I didn't see any physical altercation, but apparently there was some physical aspects to it. At the end of the day, Mulwati got the lady. So Hukumuri's absolutely fine, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't appear to want to come into Juma anymore. So we're on Simbambili, and we finally managed to find him. Sadly, the light's not great today. It's quite overcast. But isn't he magnificent? One of my favourite male leopards. He does have a huge territory. He stays far more in the west than where we are in Juma. His territory extends all the way across to Arathusa, then all the way down south. So it's huge. So he just seems to have given up that western slice of Juma, if you like. He didn't really push much past quarantine. But of course, territories are always shifting, and it was always a sort of battle. Not a physical battle, but a territorial battle between Tingana and Hook. Sometimes Tingana would push, and then sometimes Hook would push. And now that's all changed. Tingana appears to be a lot more nomadic, staying up in Buffelshoek, and Mulwati is throwing a massive spanner in the works right now. So I don't quite know Hook's movements anymore, but I do know that he's not coming into Juma. He used to be in Juma 2, 3, if not 4 times a week, always on territorial patrol. He's a big leopard, but he's not as big as Tingana or Mulwati. Mulwati, I think, is the most dominant male in Juma right now, and unfortunately, really unfortunately, he is incredibly skittish. We don't quite know what happened, but apparently his mother was skittish too, so it could be learned behaviour. And he doesn't want to spend any time near the vehicles. So hopefully our snoozy spotted cat will get up soon.
Yes, leopards are very skittish indeed, but it is nice to have a good number that can tolerate, our vehicles in Juma over here in the Mara. They are very skittish. Sometimes you only see the tip of their tails when they're disappearing off into the bushes. Looks like a majority of my hippos have decided to park half submerged in the water for reasons unknown to me, but I think they're also enjoying a bit of cool and a bit of sun, but a good number of them are outside. This is the norm in the last few days, and it is always a sight to behold. It's a nice sight. Yeah, the crocodile, it looks like he's spectating and, counting them maybe. That is the Nile crocodile, and the river is still flowing. I haven't seen any kind of wildebeest or movement coming down to the river, which makes me wonder what time are they going to come, because the weather is amazing. It is beautiful. It's not hot. It's just that kind of weather where you'd expect to see some wildebeest or zebra trot down across the other bank to come down. That is a massive crocodile. Yes, because it looks like they're not going to come, I might go somewhere high enough to use my binoculars and gauge according to the distance they are on maybe how long or when they're gonna be coming down. So I'm gonna move on further up and do that.
We managed to get all the way down to where that buffalo carcass was early on, but there's not much left. But you can just see all the vultures up in the tree, most of them which would probably be the whiteback vulture, but we do have at least 4 different species of vultures that we do see here. So this is, and the majority of the ones we do see is the whiteback, and then there's often Cape vulture, white-headed vulture, it's actually 5, sorry, hooded vulture, lappet face, and then the white-headed. I'm trying to see if we can see the other ones, but you'll notice up in the sky here, look at all the vultures currently circling around this area. So they've probably seen a lot of the ones here in the trees, and because it's warming up, they're using those thermals, just the warm air, to gain a bit of height. Now there's not much left of this carcass, and that's probably why most of them are probably going to eventually venture away and see if there's any other scraps or carcasses around. But you notice with some of those, as they're flying away, you might just notice very white on the back, and that's the white-back vulture. It's hard to distinguish the Cape vulture from the whiteback, especially in flight, but the primary feathers, or the ones like when you look underneath the vulture, it looks a lot lighter in color. But with this light, it's really hard to see that. Trying to see if I can see a white-headed vulture to show all our viewers how beautiful vulture this is with the colors.
Bye. Sorry, I'm just saying goodbye to another vehicle. They helped us find Hukamuri. Now I think once they leave, we're going to try and reposition. But he's doing a very good job at hiding his face here under that log. That's what Hosanna used to do as well. Okay, Beaky, are you ready to try and get a better view? This might not work. Ready? We're very far away from him. We just want to see our view's not the best. Now, Hukamuri's been very busy lately. He's been mating, how is this, Beaky? With Tiani. He was also mating with Shudulu around June time. I believe he did get a few successful attempts, but of course Mowati was there preventing every move. But I believe Hukamuri did mate with Shudulu. It just wasn't as often as Mowati. So it's highly likely that Mowati would have been the more successful one out of the two of them in that incident. but he's recently been mating with Tiani, which is wonderful news. Full of battle wounds, blind in one eye, notches missing out the ears, scarred. He's in his prime. I don't think he's actually sleeping though, is he? He's very alert. That's his bad eye that you can see. It's Hukamuri's right eye. Sam, great question and always quite a tricky one. Oh, it's not the best view. With Hukamuri, it's actually very easy because he's blind in one eye and he's got a really obvious purple right eye. But in general, the first thing to do when you see a leopard, immediately check for the sex. Look for testicles and just judge the size because females are much smaller. It isn't until you see a male and a female next to each other that you really see how much smaller females are. Once you've got the sex and you know the area that you're in, so let's just say we find a female on quarantine. There's really only a handful of females that it can be. It could either be Tandi, Kalamba or Shudulu. If it was another female, then we would be very, very surprised. So you've already got an indication based on their territories who it is. Then, of course, once you can get a look at their face, once you get to know all the leopards, you do immediately recognize them. But if you don't, you look for the spot pattern. So on the face of a leopard, where their whiskers are, on that very top line, they will have a special spot pattern. Now, it's not entirely unique to them. Some leopards do have the same spot pattern, but within an area, you're only really dealing with a handful of leopards. So look for the spot pattern. Hukamuri's, for example, is 3-3. So there's 3 spots on the left and 3 spots on the right. But to be perfectly honest, Sam, most leopards do have characteristics that give them away. You can also gauge the age. If you look at Tandy, for example, she's got a very saggy tummy. She's had 7 litters. Hello, boy. Oh, someone's sleepy. She's got scars. She's got chipped teeth. So you can tell immediately that Tandy is a older leopardess. And then when you see Kalamba, you can tell immediately she's a younger leopardess. So if you're really unsure, you can just slowly start to piece it together. And then after a while, you just start to recognize them. They really all do look different. Oh, I think Hukamuri is going to be snoozing for some time now, so we're going to sit right here.
Guys, we just found this kudu bull. You're only seeing his bum right now. There we go. Look at that. Have a look quickly. He's got a broken horn. I want you to imagine quickly. Just look at how thick those horns are and imagine the amount of force that's needed to break a horn like that in a fight. He's got one of his friends just to his left, but that's standing behind a thick acacia now. But it's always just so crazy to me to just think about how the fight must have gone for them to break a horn like that, and how painful it must be as well. Specifically with kudus, you know, there's for those of you who has been to Kruger, more specifically Skukuza Rest Camp, there's a beautiful bronze statue that a guy made. His name evades me now, but the statue is of where 2 kudu bulls, he came across 2 kudu bulls that was fighting, and their horns actually locked so much with one another that they couldn't escape. You know, it was basically like having handcuffs on their heads, and they ended up both dying because of that situation. You know, with those spirals, when the horns actually lock with one another, it's very difficult for them to get out, especially when you've just fought with a guy. And neither one of you is going to be in a very accommodating mood, you know, to unlock those horns. So even though they are so impressive, those beautiful horns can sometimes be, I almost want to say a death trap, but that's probably a little strong. A disadvantage to the males. You'll also find that sometimes when they have really large horns, the kudus, they actually get these thick neck muscles, so much so that their neck is wider than their head. And that's just because they have to carry that heavy set of horns around the whole time. So even though it looks beautiful, we don't always realize the strain that it has on the animal to have that crown on its head. But there's just something special about a kudu. I mean, look at those ears. Satellite-like ears. And you know, that's also a great attribute for them, because with them being so tall and mostly browsing, quite often they're in thick stuff, you know, things that they can't necessarily see through. So they need those ears to be able to hear the danger coming rather than to see it. Got you, babe. Bex, can you just repeat that question for me quick?
Beautiful. His puppy's still sleeping. And they welcome back. Looks like this puppy's still resting. I haven't shown anything of movement right now, but the parents, they started to chase one another, and they probably vanished they're not around here with us right now, which is that it's probably maybe it's a result of maybe hunting around here. Remember, every time they kill, they will eat enough, as much as they can, and return back to these puppies. And this puppy will immediately, they spot their parents running back to them. They expect the feeding. They expect the regurgitation that will take place, you know, for them to eat. And that's where whoever it's first arrive, they will run into her or him. Remember, regurgitating, it's not only the female will do that, males also will do that to these puppies, which all different member will try and, you know, support this young one for them to be able to eat. That one's still playing with, looks like it's still that an old tortoise shell. See how they playing with it. They're still too young, so anything they come across, they'll chew logs, they'll chew wood, just to practice their canines. Remember, success rate in terms of hunting for them, it's higher. Talking about maybe at least 85% success rate, but they can travel further distance, this animal, during hunting daylight. That they could catch anything from small antelope to larger antelope, seeing them surround kudu, which is far too big. See them going for wildebeest.
Wild dogs are incredible hunters, one of the most successful of all the predators. Leopards are excellent hunters too, but it doesn't always result in success. The latest figure for the Kruger area is that only 16% of leopard hunts ends in success. The rest is failure. So they try and they try and they try until it results in success. They're on their own. They don't have a pack. They don't have a pride. Don't have a coalition. They're completely on their own, and they've got to do it to perfection. Stalk, assess the situation, get close without being seen, and then ambush. Never mind the takedown. And that's why leopards just impress me all the time. Lions have got each other. They can hunt alone, absolutely, but generally they've got each other. Wild dogs have got each other. But leopards don't have that. Completely on their own from the minute they leave their mother. They will, of course, spend time together mating, but they won't hunt together. Hey, boy. It's been a long time since I've seen you. We miss you on Juma. Graham, you're asking how often do leopards hunt? That's a very good question, and it's definitely not every day. But it depends on what they take down. So let's say, for an example, a big male like Kukumuri. Oh, birds! I was answering a completely different question there. I'm sorry, birds. I don't know how often, but they definitely do hunt birds. We see Tandy regularly trying to take birds that are sitting on the ground. And I imagine all the leopards do that. They're incredibly opportunistic and they will eat whatever they can. From reptiles, amphibians, fish, can you believe it? Fish, birds and mammals. And a recent study actually suggests a leopard's diet consisted of 92 different species, from insects all the way through to other mammals. In summer, you'll often find leopards standing above the sort of holes where the alates stream out. Alates are the reproductive termites, and they'll just swallow up or gobble up all the termites that come out that hole. We've seen Tingana at Chitwa Dam eating all the fish that had suffocated and had washed ashore. So the leopards will eat a huge variety of animals, very opportunistic. And that's probably a direct result of them being on their own. They don't always have choice. It's not easy being a predator. If you keep missing and missing and missing, then what do you eat? So most predators will end up, like leopards, end up snacking on mongoose or squirrels or even bushveld gerbils. But that's not enough to sustain them. They will need to take down something much bigger to sustain them over longer periods. And they'll pluck the feathers on the bird first. It's fascinating watching a leopard eat a bird. But they don't normally get them in trees. It's normally when the bird is on the ground. They sneak up on them and pounce. Oh, we have a snoozy boy. I think we may try to reposition in a moment and see if we can at least see his beautiful face.
That would be fantastic if you could see his beautiful face, but some other beautiful faces that we are looking at are those of terrapins. But don't worry, in case reptiles are not your thing, the mammals are slowly making their way in. But what those terrapins are doing, sitting in the sun, absorbing the heat, because they are what we call, can anyone guess the word? Should we do that? What do you call the difference between mammals that are able to generate their own heat and reptiles that need an external source? There's two words there, specific words. Should we hashtag Wild Earth and hashtag CGTN Wild? Send in your answers. I just thought we might as well turn it into a quiz. But anyways, they're doing that thing and trying to get nice and warm after quite a chilly night and a chilly morning. But the sun is going to burn all the clouds. It's going to burn all the clouds so that we can continuously keep working on our shirts and octans, because that's what safari guides and I suppose the wonderful people behind the cameras tend to get when we're out here. But look, they're the mammals that I was telling you about, not impala this time, some zebra, and there are a couple of them. I'm really surprised that that zebra in front has just marched on down the way that it has, because normally they're quite nervous and take their time. And it's often the stallion that will come on out and lead his mares down. But we will do a bit of investigating to see why they are so chilled.
Hello, Jumbo Jumbo. Look what I have. I haven't seen one in a very, very long time. This is secretary bird. It is a bird of prey that spends a lot of its time on the ground, making sure that those unwanted creepy crawlies are eaten. Small snakes, rodents, grasshoppers, spiders, beetles are all in the menu, including, even small birds. It's very busy and hungry, you can tell, walking very fast. Those thin, long legs have got very strong bone, very much like other birds. They're equipped with, thin but very strong bones, can stamp and kill a snake with a thumping that you cannot believe. I'm going to turn slightly so that we can share, because, she's moving out of the frame and we need to see her, what she's doing. Yeah, she's very busy looking for something. I don't know if she's gonna find something. Let's see. It's a secretary bird, and if you see one, it means the other one is either sitting on eggs or watching a young one, because they usually pair for life and they're always not very far apart. Yes, its name derives from an Arabic word segeta, which means hunter bird. It hunts on the ground, but it can fly, not very high, and they roost and nest on trees at night. They have this gigantic nest, almost 1.5 meters square. Did you find something? And it's a bird of prey. It lays 2 eggs, and usually they hatch two chicks. They practice what is called Cainism, where the older siblings try to kill the younger sibling for to get all the food. This is a common bird here in the Maasai Mara, and it is very nice to see, one after a while. He's very busy looking for that mid-morning breakfast. I'm watching to see what he's going to see or find.
After spending a bit of time with this carcass, notice in the back you'll see that brown tinge, that golden tinge of a hyena's mane. Now the hyena is moving off, but there's also a jackal that we saw around the carcass. So I'm just having a look to see if that hyena is just doing a loop around, probably just seeing if there's any lions around, because this pride is known for killing hyenas. So I'm going to lower my head out of the way. There's the hyena is moving just off to our right. So if I just duck like that, I'll be able to see it. There it is. Looks like it's heading all the way back to the carcass, so we might be able to see that hyena coming back there. But we also want to see if there's any glimpse of that jackal. Now the grass is tall and it's really hard to see because of just the area. The area is in a place where there's quite a bit of water. It's near the river, so the grass here tends to be taller than most of the other places.
Moving the vehicle was the right thing to do. We've managed to get a view. Let's take a look at his face. If I have never seen a sleepy cat, his mouth's a little bit open and he's fast asleep. Now he doesn't have a kill as far as I'm aware. So I imagine he'll sleep here for a little bit and then he will move on. Leopards don't normally spend the entire day in one place unless they've got a kill. He's also in an area that's completely exposed on top of this termite mound. So if the sun eventually does break through, he's going to get too hot. And you'll head off and seek shade, maybe even water. We're not too far from Simbambili Dam, so I think that would be Hukamuri's nearest water point. I do wonder if he'll cross back into Juma again soon. I hope so. It's not easy being a leopard with all the territorial males or females on either side of you. You've got to constantly navigate around them. I almost forgot to tell you last night that when the drive ended, we stayed a little bit longer with Kalamba so that we could guide, Nsele, so that we could guide other vehicles in. And Kalamba came back. The two of them were within about 10 meters of one another. And I asked Theo to press record just in case anything exciting happened. And they could both see each other. They were both snarling and Kalamba was scent marking furiously. My goodness, that cat was not happy. And they both eventually just walked away. Fascinating. 10 meters, which is about 30 feet of one another. Two female leopards. Big age gap between them. But whether you're a male or a female, you've constantly got to be aware of who your neighbours are, who's moving in and who's moving out. And how leopards do this is through scent. Primarily scent, secondary vocalizations. Doesn't he look so peaceful? I'm going to fall asleep watching. Oh, hello. You see how his left ear's got a big deep cut in it. That would be another key identification feature. But of course the eye is the first one you're going to look at. And going back to the question from Sam, you see how his nose is heavily scarred? That's another, not only indicator of his age, but it's a key identification feature. So if you didn't have that eye that looked like that, you could use the ears and you can use the scars as well as the spot pattern. Anya, you're asking a good question about leopards and lions. So they're said to live sympatrically for over 90% of their geographic range, which means in any areas where you find lions and leopards, they completely overlap 90% of the time. So wherever you find lions, you find leopards. And really, lions are notorious for scavenging off leopards. They will do it. We've seen it many times, and they're bigger. They're much bigger. When you see even a lioness compared to a male leopard like Kukamuri, you'd be surprised at how much bigger she is. She's taller and she's heavier. She's got a lot more muscle. So generally speaking, leopards flee. They run. The minute they sense a lion, they flee either up a tree or really, really quickly out that area. So I think it's very rare that you would see a lion and a leopard fight.
Beautiful, again, beautiful day. Still, the dogs, our dogs, your dogs, still lying in this same place. And then I think we still have a visual of the adult, but they're all scattered all over. I thought maybe they went for a hunt, which then I was so worried because then I shouldn't have to follow them then. But no, they in one of these tall grasses. Rebecca, would you mind maybe repeat the question again? That's not necessarily really. That on the alpha male and alpha female both, so that's not often happening. And they all take care of these cubs as these cubs grow up, understanding that it is actually, both parent, alpha male and alpha females, when they're out on hunt, there is a babysitters which will remain with these puppies for safety, and these both on hunt, when they come back, return with probably meat on their tummy to regurgitate for them. Also alpha male and alpha female, they'll do that to this young one. So I never heard of it, but I'll check on it. So this is what alpha male involved in supporting these young ones.
I hope that they do. However, our terrapins are probably not going to jump up and get any more active than they already are. As well, for reptiles, they typically spend a lot of their time trying to conserve energy. Unless when they're looking for something to eat. But I don't think that that's what these things are up to right now. And now, Abba, you've responded, and thank you for participating in my quiz, and you said that terrapins or reptiles are poikilotherms. Now, you're not wrong. You're 100% correct. Now, if you're wondering what on earth does that term mean, essentially, they're referring to animals that cannot regulate their own body temperature. So normally what they'll do is they'll spend a lot of time absorbing heat from the sun or from another rock or the sand or something that can absorb heat. And then sometimes what they'll even do is they will go into these temporary states of hibernation, if you will. So they might burrow, they might just hide away for a long period of time until the weather sort of improves. So you're not wrong. However, what I think most of you answered, and well done to any of you that said ectotherms, that's correct too. But both of those answers are in fact all good, and you can use them both. For mammals, we typically, or any animal that is able to regulate its body temperature, we talk about them being endothermic. But shame, these poor terrapins, I think, it's going to be quite tricky today, because just as the clouds start to disappear and the sun burns through them, a new bank of clouds come on through. So I'm wondering if there's a bad spell of weather on its way. It's been quite interesting, but it's normal for this time of the year. We are building up towards a rainy season, and then these terrapins are going to be so happy because, well, all the water will start to fill up the dam again, and then they might even be able to move to other areas. What you may have found that has happened is that as the water sources throughout Pridelands, and well, anywhere in this area, have dried up, more and more terrapins and other creatures that need to live in water would have to have come to this particular hole. And if you sit here during the middle of the day, you'll see how many terrapins there are. There are hundreds living in this water. They're not very big. They don't take up too much space. So that might even be getting a little bit overpopulated right now. So I think everyone will be quite happy when the rain does come up and there will be more space for them all to live.
Well, our most common terrapins here are the marsh terrapins. And with the onset of the short rains now in Kenya, we have been seeing loads and lots of them. And some of them are crossing the road. And unfortunately, personally I've seen one's auto is one that has been crushed, unfortunately, by a car maybe. And either driving very fast. Now the hippos still same location. The croc still same location. You can tell these animals here pretty snoozy. See how they just go flat from a distance. You might think they are rocks. See also how close the crocodile is and the yellow-billed hornbill is. And nobody's bothered by the presence of the other. Maybe you'd like to know whether there is a hierarchy in a hippos group. I would say yes, because in a group or in a pod or in a herd or in a school of hippos like this, I'm estimating them to be about maybe 20 plus. They'll be the dominant bull. And of course, the rest of them will be females, or cows with their youngsters. The youngsters, some of them could be sub-adult males. Now, it's only that one dominant bull that have the mating or breeding rights, and the sub-adult male are not. And should it happen that any of the youngsters is trying to mate, or we get a new male coming in here, very quickly he is shown the door by the dominant male. So there's that hierarchy there where males are in charge. The female is not very sure whether we have that particular order, but I've got a feeling the male would mate with all the females. Somebody there who submerged in the water. Want to find out. Croc. Oh, hippos having a little disagreement there. And more hippos on the other side. But I would say they are in the same group with the ones we see here, because in the water, hippos are very territorial. And maybe this could be the young boys, young bulls preparing their way out to ship out of the main herd. Otherwise, that's where maybe they're not very close to the main group of the hippos. In that thicket there, that big forest, is where I would expect if any wildebeest will be coming from that direction.
So with earlier on, after we left those lions and the hyenas and the jackals and the vultures, we started driving into quite a nice open area, and there's an interesting track right in front of me here. But because of the light, you can't really see the track too well. So it's right here in front. There's a little indent in the ground. So what I want to do though is maybe I can ask some of the viewers to do like a little quiz and see if you can possibly get what track this might be. So I'll just move here so I can at least show you what we're looking at. So this is how the track looks like. I've just tried to draw it a little bit just so that we can have a look at it. But you'll notice that at the back there's 2 lobes instead of the normal 3 that could be with any other of the predators. And you'll notice the sides here, they have like a kidney shape to the side pads or the digits. And then right here in front, you'll notice there's some claws. And this overall track here is 9 centimeters or 3.5 inches. So I'd love to know from our viewers, what do you think was moving down this road, heading down in that direction? I'd love to hear and see what everyone has to say. But on that note, let's carry on. Maybe we do find this animal as we venture off on our safari. So I just need to plug myself in now.
Well, Hukamuri has not moved a muscle. There's something very peaceful about watching a leopard sleep. They have to constantly be on alert. Now, I am sure if another leopard was in the vicinity or an impala decided to explore this termite mound, Hukamuri would be wide awake, I can assure you. They sleep on tenterhooks. And again, it goes back to the solitary nature of their life. They have to. They have no choice. They make one mistake and they could be in trouble. A lion would not hesitate to kill a leopard. A hyena would also try too, if they had enough numbers. The hyena relationship with leopards is very fascinating, and it's normally a numbers game. It's said to be 4 to 1. That's the sort of average ratio, 4 hyenas to 1 leopard, and then the leopard will back down. But I've seen many different situations, 1 on 1, 2 on 1, 3 on 1, and it always plays out differently. The females just tend to run. They're a lot smaller, remember, as I mentioned earlier. And the males, they tend to ignore. most hyenas. But of course, if there was an entire clan running at them, that would be a different scenario. And that's why they have such a cute, sensey, sharp ears, sharp nostrils. And of course, Hook's missing one eye, but his eyesight in his good eye will still be incredible. They have binocular vision so that they can forward face, and they have a greater depth of field. So he will be affected by that eye, but he'll compensate for it. The body always does. Any body, be it human or other mammals, always strive for balance. So it may take a little bit of adjusting, but once he did injure that eye, the body would then adapt and adjust. And you always have one stronger eye. You have one dominant side. And I often wonder if this is applicable to animals as well. So let me just try and see if I can explain it to you. If you make a little triangle with your fingers, I'll quickly show you, and then you can all do this at home. I got taught this by a wonderful optician in Johannesburg. Put it in front of you, then close one eye and look at the triangle, and then close the other eye and look at the triangle. I hope you're all doing this at home. Now, when you look straight with both eyes, I have a tree in the middle of this triangle. Now, when I close my right eye, the tree doesn't move. When I close my left eye, the tree completely disappears. So that view in the triangle is gone. That means that my left eye is the more dominant one because the tree doesn't move. So I often wonder when you look at animals like Hukamuri if they also have a dominant eye and if that would affect his situation now that he only has one eye. Did he lose his good eye or did he lose his slightly weaker eye? Everybody has a slightly more dominant eye, and I hope that made sense. And I hope you're all doing it and you can all figure out which side of yours is more dominant. Relaxing, you're saying his neck looks a bit chewed up. I'm not sure what that meant. Rebecca can repeat that just in case I've got it wrong. Okay, I can't see anything from here, but I'm absolutely sure he has scars on his neck, if that's what you're referring to. More than likely, Hukamuri's been in many battles. He seems to be a character that fights rather than flees. There's some leopards like Tingana that will just flee, avoid battle at all costs. But when I think of Hukamuri, I think he'd rather battle. So yes, I'm sure you're right. There'll be scars on his neck as well. Nobody really knows what happened to his eye. There's lots of different stories. Another leopard. There was a story for a while that was Hosanna. But it could also be from prey and one of their horns. Who knows?
Yes, from lazy lizard to lazy buffaloes, and not all of them. Yes, a good number of buffalo here. Many of them lying down, and a few of them observing me from a distance. Yeah, asking me questions that I cannot understand. You can tell they're very lazy. They've been feeding on grass, which is their main diet. Of course, they do take in other small things amongst the grass, and the grass is very abundant here. This is a breeding herd of buffalo, and very much like cows. So once they've, utilized or filled their reticulum, which is the first chamber of the stomach. Sorry, it's a rumen. They fill it up, and from that's where all the bacteria, the cellulose that cannot be broken easily, is broken down by bacteria, and they regurgitate it back, chew it properly, and then take it to rumen, and then the omasum, and then the obasum, and then it comes out as waste that has been utilized and it becomes manure for the grass. So the buffalo acts like a recycling center, and the grass is in plenty over here. A breeding herd, basically you can tell it's got lots of young ones, half-growns, and also bulls. This is the Cape buffalo. It's warming up. As you can tell, there's a mirage to the left there. So it's warming up. It's not hot. It's just perfect, to be lying out in the open when you've been out, in the rain and cold. So I'm watching these guys, see if they're going to continue or stay here.
I am absolutely over the moon, not because of the buffalo, but because of the cattle egrets. It's the same herd of buffalo that we got a quick glimpse of this morning before they gave us a slip. I'm actually really impressed as to how quickly they made it here to Ndlovu Dam, because they were quite a distance away, maybe like about 3 kilometers or so, maybe away, but I suppose they just walk wherever they want and don't have to go around on the windy roads. But look at how many there are. I bet you didn't think that the herd was that big when we first saw them, all lined up, and not like the zebra that we're afraid to go into the water, although I've seen zebras swimming a few times. These buffalo really enjoy the water and they enjoy the mud too. So they'll go on right in, literally water's right underneath their chins to have a drink. Isn't this awesome? I love moments like these. But like I said, I was quite happy to see the cattle egrets that have now absolutely vanished. I suspect that they're all just lurking behind the buffalo. And those were those white birds. But if we get another glimpse of them, I'll tell you a little bit more about them. But there's one to the right. If you go just across there, you'll see them standing. Maybe stay zoomed in. There we go. In between the big gap on the right-hand side of the screen, there is a white bird. There's a couple of them. So like I said, those are called cattle egrets. And the reason why I'm so excited to see them is, in this area, we very, very rarely get to see this bird, even though they're common and you can see them throughout, not just South Africa, but most of Africa. And they're notorious for following big herds of animals around. So whether it's elephants or buffalo, as we're seeing, literally anything. And they'll follow them and kind of do what the fork-tailed drongos do and some other bird species and catch all the insects that are being disturbed as these animals move. But it's just nice to see them come through. I know you've seen lots of them in the Mara with David and Isaac. There are so many. But it's the first time or the second time now that I've seen them here at Pridelands. And I can also see the big cloud bank that I was telling you about. It creates for quite a dramatic scene. Alpha Waffles, that's a fantastic question you've just asked. We've obviously seen the oxpeckers that help the buffalo deal with the parasites on the outsides of their bodies, but now you've asked, how do the buffaloes deal with the internal parasites? So it's actually normal for all these animals out here to have some kind of intestinal parasite of sorts. And I learned this and I think I've told some of you may remember the story, but I know there's lots of you that have never watched this, but I was very fortunate to see a dissection of a hippopotamus, and we had a parasite expert, can you believe it, from one of the universities, I think it was in Mpumalanga actually, and he came out and he told us about the various types of parasites that live in the intestines and the heart and the lungs of a hippopotamus. I don't know specifically which parasites live in various body parts of the buffalo, but they'll definitely have them. But a small amount is healthy. And you might find that with some of the parasites, there might be specific ones that literally have to live only within, or can only live within a buffalo. If, like maybe at this time of the year when it's obviously a bit drier and there's not a lot of vegetation around, so naturally the animal's immune system is going to take a knock, then potentially you might get an infestation of internal parasites, and this can cause an issue. Otherwise, maybe there's some in medicinal plants that these animals will feed on. Animals are known to feed on certain plants when they've got various ailments, and it sort of helps cure them. There's also a warthog, but unfortunately I can't elaborate any more on that just because I'm unsure. But I'm actually going to try and do some research on Cape buffalo parasites. But then, of course, a warthog that is dwarfed by these rather large mammals has also decided to sneak on in and catch a drink. And at least it's not elephants, because otherwise this warthog would have been chased away.
There were a few of our answers that came in for what track that was possibly that we saw on the road. Now, just to run through some of the tracks, and then we're going to get back to what this particular track is here. So I was just using, one of our little booklets that we give out to our guests is known as a guide's journal. So then in the back, it's some of the common tracks that you do find. Now, let's start off here. You'll see there's a leopard track right over here. Now, with the leopard track, notice at the back, so this back pad here, there's 3 lobes, 1, 2, 3, and then the 4 toes right in front here, but you won't notice any claws unless it's running. You won't see that, but the 3 pads are quite a distinctive thing. But it is 9 centimeters or 3.5 inches. And if you look at this track that we had earlier, you'll notice it has 2 lobes instead of 3. So normally how we do tracking, it's a process of elimination. So bearing that in mind, so it won't be a leopard because of the 3 lobes and because there's no claws. And the leopard also, if you had to draw, sorry, I'm going to try and keep this book still. If you had to draw a circle around this track, touching all the edges, it would be, it looks like a round ball. Whereas with this one, if you had to do that, it would look like an egg. Now, that is a leopard track. So right over here, we have something like a jackal track. Now, normally with jackal, in order to see if it's a jackal or possibly a hyena, is if you draw an X through the track, it won't touch any of the digits. Whereas with a hyena, it will, because this lobe here is in the way. So if you had to try and do that, it will touch that lobe. Whereas with a jackal, you'll be able to draw an X within that. So not a jackal, because you can't do that here. And a jackal is also slightly smaller, whereas with this one here now, see the kidney shape, the claws up here, 2 lobes, and also the size. So this would have been hyena. So the track we saw was a hyena track and not that of a jackal or a leopard, because of those features that we just explained there.
Now, I don't think Kukumuri is going to move a muscle before the end of the show, but I hope he is still around for this afternoon. It would be great to see him on a kill, but in saying that, leopards don't need to hunt every single day. It's a life of feast or famine for all the predators. I always say that they can go days without eating. As long as they keep up their energy budget, it's all about the energy budget. They must never go into a deficit. They must always have a surplus. No matter what activity they're doing, whether it's just sleeping, like this one, whether it's territorial patrols, whether it's a lactating mother, they will eat into their energy budget slightly differently. And a male on territorial patrol uses up a lot of energy in that budget. So he's just recuperating right now, but I hope he's around this afternoon when he might possibly hunt. What a wonderful morning with such an array of wildlife here on CGTN's Digital Safari. We thank you all for jumping on board. Your comments and questions are always appreciated. We shall see you tomorrow. Bye for now.